Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon card from Belmont Park. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, it's also brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Good to be with you. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. A little chilly on this Sunday, but we have some good racing coming up. Our feature race is going to be a good one as well.
It is. Much better, obviously, going out for trainer Bob Baffert. Bob's left this horse in New York. We've got a great program for the 3-year-old sprinters, and much better. It'll be a short price, but it's going to take a lot of beating.
All right, we have a race coming up almost immediately. Real quick, weather and track conditions for this Sunday card brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on, pest gone, sloppy going. We're off the turf all afternoon long, so keep that in mind as we get set for some of the later races today.
And I just want to say, one of the good things about the cold weather is there's no flies up here because they're all warm.
That is a
Wherever
huge
they
bonus.
are, they're warm. They're hanging out in your office right now by the heater. I'm interested in a horse in the first race. I'm betting the 2, Too Hot to Even Speak, a horse we tried to get in the number at a big price last time out. Like a little bit cut back distance. Love the rider switch to Joel Rosario. He's 6-1 right now. And you know, wet tracks, Greg, they play no favorites.
They do not. You can play all these races and go with whoever you like. Bet 200, you'll get 200 in your account. Use that promo code LIVE. Download the NYRABETS app or go to NYRABETS.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABETS.com. This is a pretty salty 10-claimer, isn't it?
I honestly think anybody could win this race, Greg. I know T Loves a Fight, likes a wet track, and I respect Brad Cox. I am not a big fan of his chances he can win, but I really think this race is just open to anyone in here.
Yeah, the 4 Orpheus loves an off-track too. 4 for 7 on the off-going.
And he's in good form. Drops down considerably. Mimo's supposed to be in front, the number 3 here. A lot can happen in this race to start out the day.
There's the favorite. The 5 steps in. T Loves a Fight, looking for his 4th win on an off-track. Let's go upstairs to the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown for the call, Larry Colmus, the opener from Belmont.
All in line. They're off. Mimo and T Loves a Fight come out running together on the lead, and Regalian is away running in third, 2 lengths off of them. Orpheus is ridden along to keep up with the pacemakers early on, and the trailer is Too Hot to Even Speak, who's taken to the back of the field and well held early, 7 lengths off of these dueling leaders, Mimo and T Loves a Fight, who race a neck apart up the backstretch. Orpheus is 3 lengths off of them. Too Hot to Even Speak now sneaks through an opening on the inside of Regalian, and that first quarter mile was 23.07 seconds. They make their way around the far turn, and it is Mimo and T Loves a Fight with a half mile to go. Locked in battle. Orpheus is 2.5 lengths off of them. Break of another 3 back to Regalian, and Too Hot to Even Speak rides the rail last on the far turn with 7 lengths to make up. T Loves a Fight on the outside of Mimo. They went 46.11 for a half, and the 2 of them turned for home 2.5 lengths ahead of Orpheus. Too Hot to Even Speak is making progress with an inside trip, now just 5 behind as they turn for home. T Loves a Fight, Mimo, these 2 locked in battle. Orpheus comes up to them on the outside. Too Hot to Even Speak continues to progress down toward the rail. Then comes Regalian in 5th, arriving in the final furlong. It is Mimo. Too Hot to Even Speak on the inside comes on through. T Loves a Fight and Orpheus, and they're coming to the wire. And Too Hot to Even Speak rides that rail to victory. Won it by 2 lengths. And then it was Mimo, followed by Orpheus and T Loves a Fight.
When it's nearly too cold to even speak, too hot to even speak, takes the opener at Belmont. 7-1.
I'm going to tell you, Greg, I'm a lot warmer right now watching him come through.
Nice
and Joel,
pick.
you know, thank you. And Joel Rosario, obviously not at all concerned about the inside. I think it's a real credit to the track maintenance crew around here. On a day like this, very often the water will pool down the inside. Joel didn't think that was the case, and he was dead right. He committed the rail the whole way around the track and got the money here, getting up on the inside to get the job done.
It was clear sailing on the fence. No one wanted it. 4th win in just 48 career starts.
But the 4th win was an important one,
Yes.
getting it done.
Yes,
and,
it was.
You know, and not to knock the riders before, but when you get a guy like Joel Rosario riding at this level and taking him out on a horse, it just makes a difference. I mean, it really does. You're not one of the best riders in the country for no reason.
Did you ever hear the story about Shoemaker? They were going to cancel the races one day. It was like the last race on the card. They said, well, we'll just stay off the inside because it wasn't safe. He went right up the fence.
Right. Yeah, there you go. And that's why he's
Did that happen
and
here?
that's why he's Willie Shoemaker, and that's why he's Joel Rosario.
2, 3, 4, 5 here in the opener. Too hot to even speak. Carlos Martin, Joel Rosario, Empire State Thoroughbreds. And a son of Stone Cider gets the win. The 8-year-old into the winner's circle. What are the prices when we come back? Of course,
Go ahead.
no, what were you
I was
saying?
going to say game performance by Mimo to finish second there,
it was.
holding on for second.
At 4-1.
Yep.
Still to come, of course, later this afternoon, our feature race. Much better. Absolutely much the favorite. The 1-2 catch as well for Bob Baffert. We'll talk about it coming up.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
I don't know if there's another door like that, another stall. I mean, that's about as impressive as it comes. And when you line those 4 guys out, and then you've got Run Happy in there now, who's a Eclipse Award winner himself. So that stall, the tradition of that is second to none.
Run Happy probably doesn't need any introduction. Everyone knows who Run Happy is. A generational type kind of horse. They don't come around very often. He set the track record in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Run Happy has won the sprint. A new track record.
You know, he was unbelievably fast and talented, and we're seeing that through his foals.
He's a fun one to be around. He's got his quirks. He is true to his name of Run Happy. He loves run, eat, sleep, run happy. So he lives to his name full extent. He really loves his peppermints, apples, basically any kind of treat there is out there, he's all about it. There's days where we'll be doing a tour, he'll be across the paddock and he'll hear that ruffle of peppermint, and he's coming right across the paddock.
A story that I find interesting that someone asked me about the other day, Warfront and Blame, who are 2 good sires in my opinion, they never produced a chestnut horse, and so far neither has Run Happy. So if that's any indication, which hopefully it is, he's going to be a really nice sire.
He was an outstanding sprinter, and he now stands at stud at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. And we're going to see those offspring racing as 2-year-olds in 2020. I asked you this the other day. That legendary stall, 7 furlongs. Who wins that race?
I'm going to tell you, I mean, you don't want to say Secretariat couldn't have done anything in Lure's good days, and we weren't around for Bold Ruler.
You gonna go Run Happy?
But I wouldn't be running a bet against Run Happy.
Okay.
I tell you what, if I know he's going to run the race he ran, the King's Bishop, I wouldn't try to beat him.
Too hot to even speak. $17.60 to kick off our Sunday card here at Belmont.
Yeah, getting the job done. Carlos Martin has been having a good meet. Of course, he has Come Dancing. We saw very impressively win the Ruffian last week. Looking forward to her on Belmont Day in the Phipps. Joel Rosario, switched to a top rider like him, and he rode the utmost confidence coming up the inside.
Look at today's schedule presented by WinStar Farm, the farm that pays you back. We have everything from Belmont today. We just saw the opener, races 2 through 9 ahead, including our feature, the Gold Fever Stakes. Sloppy conditions off the turf all day long. Race 2 is 6 furlongs. It's a New York bred $25,000 maiden claiming event. Right now, Gemography is the favorite for trainer Joe Sharp, coming in from Fairgrounds.
And he is the horse to beat. You know, his first race, which was in New York, because he is New York bred, was actually good enough to be a major player in here. They're going to very much bet him, and I have to imagine by post time he'll be a shorter price. He looks to be about 6, 7 to 5 in doubles. That race we was second with a 64 buyer on a sloppy track is obviously going to attract attention. That was a pretty weak field. And I think both the inside 2 horses, including one trained by Charlie Baker, are dangerous alternatives.
Now that is Laughing Manners, who's at 5 to 1 on the board. Of course, Charlie Baker does sensational work. We talk about him so much on this show. He started out his early days, of course, at Finger Lakes, but he has established himself as a major presence at the big league tracks on the New York circuit.
When I lived in Jamaica, I lived next to a track. I lived walking distance from a track, so I grew up around the track. My dad was a trainer there at the track, so I was always at the track. Well, you know what? You fall in love with it from an early age, so that makes it huge. And I was actually born seeing the activities from then, so you kind of get an advantage, just an early start into horse racing than most people that never been around that situation. I came to the U.S. in around '86. Started out grooming, out walking and all that stuff before I even started training in '97. I got my license out in '97 as a trainer. I always wanted to be a trainer. I thought the only way I was going to do it was kind of do it on my own, just start. So the first horse I bought was for $1,000, and we kind of won 3 races out here when I bought him, and that's kind of built on that. I've kind of pretty much invested whatever I made into the horses. Between here and Finger Lakes, I got about 60 plus. In New York, we got 41. So we got about 60 plus horses in training. I'm pretty hands-on, but my brother is in Finger Lakes, and he's been with me forever. I mean, so he knows the routine, he knows what I want, what I need. I think my best accomplishment as far as training is concerned is just winning a graded race in Belmont back in 2016 was.
Charlie Baker, who picks up his first graded stakes. Charlie, talk about the feeling you're having right now.
Great feeling, great feeling. I've been looking for this day for a long time.
When I started training in '97, I started with bottom level horses, the bottom of the bottom. So my goal at the time was to win a Lawrence race. That was the biggest thrill I got, really excitement to win a grade. And then we came back and won a grade 1, which was even more fun. Just great accomplishments on my part, actually. My biggest goal in life was to be a trainer. I think I accomplished that, horse trainer. Your goal is to want to win the biggest race that's out there. You want to be at the top of the game or win the. So you're still a dreamer. That's why you're in it, really. You're still dreaming. You still want to win that Breeders' Cup. You still want to win that Kentucky Derby. So you're dreaming at all times. So yeah, there's always goals. There's always a thing to accomplish. I think there's always a goal. So I got a lot of them out there. So let's see what happens.
Well, it's always easy to root for Charlie Baker. Of course, 2016, he reached new heights. He broke through 10 wins at Saratoga. He had Joking provided him the first graded stakes win of his career, and then the first grade 1 of his career later in that year. That was a horse he claimed for $20,000.
Eddie, you know, the thing about this game is the trainers in the big races get a lot of press. Everybody's heard of Bob Baffert, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher. But it's guys like Charlie Baker, Gary Gullo in the first race finished second. These guys are the bread and butter guys who are year in and year out do a sensational job. And if you play the game, you know they are and you have great respect for them. But they just never really get the national respect they deserve.
Did great work as well with a horse named Moonlight Song. Had a 9-month layoff when the Morrissey at Saratoga was off again until the Morrissey the following year. Won it again.
Remarkable job with that horse. A horse who ran till he was much older and obviously had major issues. But when Charlie brought him over to race, he delivered.
Well, we'll see how his charge coming up in race 2 fares. That is Laughing Manners. Blinkers going on, dropping class for the son of DeFunnybone. We'll be back. Of course, that is a look at Gemography, the current favorite. We'll be back with the second next.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
There's one thing that everybody wants in our game is they want speed. Daredevil has the speed. You know that he ran a 107 Beyer when he won the Champagne Stakes, the Grade 1. That's faster than Uncle Mo, Scat Daddy, and Union Rag.
As a 2-year-old, he ran a 96 Beyer when he broke his maiden, a 107 Beyer in the Champagne, beating a nice horse in Upstart. He is by more than ready, another feather in his cap. I can't wait to see these horses run it too.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. As we get set for the second race ahead, we have the early pick 4 coming up. I want to remind everybody as well, tickets to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, they're going fast. General admission, $20. You can also enhance your experience and upgrade with one of our all-inclusive premium hospitality packages. Buy tickets or reserve your seats at Ticketmaster.com or BelmontStakes.com. Belmont Stakes, where champions are crowned.
I would pay a couple $100 just to see the Met Mile in Belmont.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic.
When you think of the way that horse ran yesterday for Jason Service, when you match it, that race is too good to
Fire,
think.
he was lights out. We're going to take a look again at that race later on this afternoon on the show. But right now, dealing with the start of this early pick 4. And Gemography, our current favorite, for Joe Sharp. We haven't seen a lot of Joe Sharp horses so far at the meet.
No, we've seen a couple, and I think one of the things that's happened with Joe, his horses will run well at fairgrounds, but some of the, I'm starting to think that some of those fields there, they're just not matching up that well. He had one in a turf sprint the other day that looked very good on paper. It was a very short price, and I don't even know if he filled out the super at a short price. Joe's a terrific trainer, and in general, Joe's one of those trainers, and this is all you can ask from a trainer, is their horses show up and run a race, a reasonable race you can expect. He's okay, and obviously running a sloppy track and running second, handle the surface today, or you think reasonably will. I just looked at that field he ran with off the turf, and man, he was 8-5 that day. He should have won, Greg.
Yeah, you see it here.
Just not getting there, right? Oof. The other horse who beat him was going easy, too, right?
Yeah.
He's the horse to beat, but I'm going to try to beat him with the 2 Laughing Manners and the 1 Bust and Shout.
All right, few ways to go here in this second race coming up. Time for a paddock report. We're going to go downstairs, check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'll begin with those 2 inside runners making their second start. Laughing Manners is number 2 in here for Charlie Baker. And he was a horse that just didn't look that fit for his debut, as he does drop out of a maiden special weight as well to this Baden maiden claimer for the New York breds. And he's a lot more together this time around. I mean, just more focused as well. I like what I'm seeing from this horse. Still wish he looked a bit better in his coat. but it's getting there. It's much better than what it was last time. He does add blinkers, but a very, very short cut blinker. It's almost as if he's not wearing any. So I don't think they're trying to change too much here, as he was a horse who showed some speed, probably just trying to get him to focus a tad more. Now, one where the blinkers come off, but another thing came off as well, and that's a new gelding in number 1, Bust and Shout. He looks physically much the same, and I'll admit, I liked him a lot. He was eased in that effort, though. First time out back on March 31st in a maiden claimer as well for the 50. Physically, he looks a lot the same. He's very fit, good coat. He's a good-looking horse, and he should be, as a decent pedigree. He's by Bustin' Stones. Obviously, he's a fool to some nice runners as well for these same connections, including Miss Hot Stones. The only thing I can say is that now coming back as a gelding, he's a little more quiet and a little more professional here in the paddock. We'll see if that has any impact on the way he runs here today. Now, number 5 is your favorite. That is Gemography. And as Andy said, questioning the field that he comes out of, or fields, I should say, at Fairgrounds. And I'll be the first to admit, I was down there. The maiden 30s there are not very strong. But neither is this race. I mean, I understand taking a shot against this horse, but the fact that he ran well over a sloppy track gives me confidence. He's big, he's good looking, he's extremely fit. And yes, he hasn't lived up to what his brother was. That's a talented New York bred for Joe Sharp and Morrison. But I think he could possibly handle this field as he gets back in with the state breds here today. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. As get set for our post parade here coming up in just a little bit. Laughing Manners, 7-2. Drop in class, equipment change, and second time out for Charlie Baker. A lot to like.
And I think an angle that a lot of people like, and I think I've used in the past, horses that are betting their debuts that don't run well when they come back in their second starts. And this horse was 9-5. Now, to be fair, his 9-5 may have been somewhat of a reflection of the field overall, but Red Zinger finished second is actually pretty good. He was really bet that day. Obviously, he didn't deliver, but he showed speed. Charlie drops him significantly. Obviously, he was disappointed in the effort as well. But those are the kind of horses that frequently will run much better in their second start.
Yeah, and that's the fact that he showed that speed. Now he puts blinkers on. He could be gone here early.
Well, that's something to definitely consider, and I agree. Based on his first race, he's supposed to be in front of this field. And we're not telling you that it's some kind of speed track. I think a lot of people get confused and think that wet tracks are speed tracks. The horses stay out of the kickback. They don't get the slop kicked in their face. But we've seen our tracks be very fair. But even though they lost, the speeds held on very well in our first race.
Next door, the 1 also dropping in class, but not as big a drop as the 2, but took some money first time out.
He did, and he took some money. He did absolutely no running. But you could argue with him, he ran so badly that something must have gone wrong. Now, I have a question for you. He's been gelded since that race, so he's listed as a new gelding, and they're taking the blinkers off. What do you think the percentage is if you look at trainers when they've got first-time Lasix or a new gelding and a blinker change? It seems like they're throwing, and Maggie will sometimes talk about this, it's like they throw the kitchen sink at a horse.
And a dropping class.
Right, like everything is going on. It's kind of like, I don't know, I give up. But I think you have to use this horse protectively, especially if you're dubious of the 5, the favorite.
Taking play to 12-1, down to 6-1 right now as we look at the only first-time starter in this field. That is the 8 Ginger and Jingle. That's going to be a tough one to get out, at least for me.
I think Larry's feeling it. There are names, if you're an announcer, that you really have to resent some of the connections. One of the reasons that horses like Bust and Shout, Laughin' Manners, and Ginger and Jingle are attractive is between them, they have 2 starts. And when you look at these maiden races, you've got a horse like the 3 Wisecrack, who's currently 5-1. He's 0-17. Even though Gemography is starting to get a lot of starts, you want to go to horses who've had very few chances. And listen, Ginger and Jingle, we don't know yet that he can't run, but should he take a little bit of play if he could run in this field? He's 9-1 right now.
Done nothing wrong, whereas the horse you're looking at starting to become a professional maiden here.
I mean, what can you say about Wisecrack? I'm not going to tell you he can't win. I wouldn't tell you any horse in this race can't win, I don't think. But when you're 0-17, you're probably going to be 0-18 and 0-19.
He's got a race against Better. State bred maiden 50, where he was second, beat a half length. If he could repeat that,
he handled a sloppy field track here well enough to be, I guess, a factor in here. I just feel like, how is Laughing Manners not going to run a little bit better? You know the 1's going to run better. He's not going to be eased in all likelihood again. And frankly, it's not like Gemography can't win. He's the horse to beat, and I mean, wisecrack. We could make some wisecracks.
We've narrowed the field down so much, I'm sure everyone's dying to play this race. If you are, well, the Pick 4 starts here. It's a good race to take a stab and play the sequence. Get signed up, get started, play along. $200 sign-up bonus if you've not already signed up with NYRA Good time to do so. Use the promo code LIVE when you do get signed up. Download the NYRA app or go to nyrabets.com. Take advantage of the $200 new member bonus.
People love betting big races, and I understand that. But you know what I love doing, Greg? Cashing.
Oh, it's so fun.
When you win, it could be a low, bottom level maiden claiming race. It doesn't have to be the Kentucky Derby.
Exactly.
The cash all looks the same.
In this sequence, too, do you have a horse that you love as a single, potentially?
Well, I would lean on the 2 here and take a shot.
Okay.
In this sequence, it's
we could get back
tough.
to it.
Yeah.
Here's our post-parade. We start with Bust and Shout. So Blinkers coming off the gelding, as you mentioned, for Bruce Levine.
Going out for the longtime pair, Roddy Valenti and his trainer, Bruce Levine. He has to run better in his debut.
Dylan Davis on Laughing Manners. Big drop down for Charlie Baker.
Blinkers on, right to the front.
5-1 on a horse who was 0 for 17 lifetime for Carlos Martin.
There's a desire to make a wisecrack about wisecrack, but maybe if he runs to his best race, there's a
0
chance.
for 5 in the money on the off track, too. Here's the 4 Well in Tune.
He's 0 for 22, so he's actually got wisecrack beat.
The favorite, Gemography, Joe Sharp, Luis Saez.
Can handle a wet track and back in with New York breds.
6 horse, Blue Skies Forever's at 12-1.
0 for 17 for this one. A positive rider change, Sammy Camacho, though.
Cider on the mound, gets LASIK start number 2.
He would be an upset.
Still looking at the 6. There's the 7.
He'd still be an upset.
Big numbers, 92-1 first time out. At least he'd get prices come down a little here. The first timer, the only one in the field, Ginger and Jingle.
He's, as you said, Greg, he's done nothing wrong.
Benji Hernandez, I believe, took the early double. Yes, was it yesterday? 2 days ago.
Coup
2 days
remembers,
ago.
but he was second in the first race too. Benji, very good apprentice rider.
And Big Wonder outside showed speed on the stretch out last start. Now cuts back.
He does drop down in class, but he's yet to run a competitive race.
With more on the first timer, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll start by talking about Ginger and Jingle here. And the first-time starter for the Toscano barn. And, yeah, 2 days ago, they did have that double, he and Benji Hernandez, in the first 2 races. The thing, though, is they're not known to fire with their first-time starters. And while Ginger and Jingle is a big, good-looking son of Here Comes Ben, probably one of the bigger Here Comes Bens that I've ever seen, nicely developed hind end as well, just doesn't look fit. I mean, compared to the rest of the field, who has started before and several times for some of them, just doesn't look as though he's fit enough to handle this 6.5 furlongs first time out. And 2, when you do have those heavier horses, sometimes they do struggle with the off-going. So, though, we'll see if lightning can strike here with the Toscano and Hernandez team again.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Do want to mention this. If you are going to play this early pick 4, it was not listed in the racing form in race 5. 2, 3, 4, final leg of the pick 4. No blinkers on the 6, I should say. That was not listed in the form on Strap Hanger.
All right. We should also mention the third race, the second leg, that the number 3 horse will be running, the 3 Slimy. But because an error was made and he had been listed as scratched, and the last thing we want to do is deceive people and have a horse win and people say, well, you said that horse was scratched. So he's going to run for purse money only. So even if Slimy wins, the second place finisher will count as the parimutuel winner.
So just the 1, 6, 7, 8 in the third, effectively running for bettors in that third race. As we look again here at the 2, who's now become the favorite. And he looks tough here. Should be, especially with a clean break. We'll see what happens.
Clean breaks are important. I am shocked he's the same price as Gemography, and probably by post time Gemography will dip down a little bit, but these are the kind of horses. I mean, the public is very smart. The public, you know, there was a time when maybe they weren't as plugged in. I think it's interesting. You've probably read Andy Byers' Picking Winners, which is the greatest handicapping book that, in my opinion, will ever be written. And there are some other very good ones as well. But I'll look back at Picking Winners, and it's amazing the number of things in that book that I still use in my handicapping
I need to
today.
give it a reread, actually.
Well, it's incredibly entertaining, besides being my $50,000 a year at the racetrack is really, and I was around, you know, as a kid when some of those stories happened, so I even remember a couple of them.
Is there a lesson that you, and you could think, you don't need to answer me now, but that from any, and it could be from any book, that stood out the most to you as you were kind of coming up and remembering and reading all these books?
I'm not sure. It's a good question. I think one of the things from Andy Byers' book that I learned that I often think of, that seconds and thirds are frequently a knock on a horse, because not always, and sometimes, you're running second to a horse you just can't beat, but a horse that piles up second and thirds is in a race where he could have won and repeatedly isn't getting the job done. And those are the kind of horses you look to avoid over time, because they often get bet because they run well enough, they look like they can win, and that's one thing. But I think about my history at the racetrack. It's kind of like I learned something from almost everybody I knew, different tidbits from different people over the years.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing as we load up here. Every one you encounter in this game, you can take something from them, and it helps kind of open your eyes to something you maybe never thought about.
Well,
that's why it's so fun to talk out a race too with somebody.
I agree, and truthfully, it's why it's good to disagree.
Yeah.
Because in disagreeing with people, you respect their opinions, and you may not agree with them, but you think, I hadn't looked at it that way, and maybe I should sometimes look at it that way.
Nice piece of equipment there, Eric Consell. Smart. Not going to get any mud in the face.
Well, I'm thinking of going out of the jocks room for you, Greg, and getting you one of those face masks, the winter face masks they wear to bring it up for the set.
Can Maggie talk to Eric? Because I need that if he's not going to use it the rest of the afternoon. Loading up here. Start of this early pick 4, 8-5 favorite is the 5. Gemography. Let's send it upstairs to Larry Comas for the call.
A couple to move into the starting gate here are Ginger and Jingle and Big Wonder. Ginger and Jingle, the first-time starter in line. Here comes Big Wonder up to the outside stall to complete the line here for race number 2. 6-5 right now on Gemography, as Big Wonder comes forward to the outside stall, and they're all in line. They're off. Busted Shout sent down to there from the inside to flash some early foot. Laughing Manners and Gemography are close up 2, and then comes Ginger and Jingle away running in 4th. Break of 2 back to Wisecrack. Big Wonder to the outside. And then it's Well in Tune. And they're followed by Blue Skies Forever, and Cider on Demand trails the field, racing for the far turn. It is Bustin' Shout in front through a 22.61 quarter. Laughing Manners is second, and Gemography, the favorite, goes up third on the outside. These three right together and 4 lengths ahead of Wisecrack running in 4th down toward the rail. And then it's Ginger and Jingle 5th on the outside. They're followed by Well in Tune, and Big Wonder is next as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Blue Skies Forever in behind them. They're coming to the top of the lane now. 3 of them right together after a 46.5 half mile. Gemography 3 wide. Bustin' Shout cuts the corner. Laughing Manners third between those two as they straighten out for the stretch drive. Coming to the 8th pole, it is Bustin' Shout and Gemography. Gemography's on the outside. Bustin' Shout has the rail. They're clear from Laughing Manners, who is still third at this point. Past the 16th pole, it is Bustin' Shout in front and on the rail. And Bustin' Shout and Mike Luzzy are going to do it here over Gemography by 2.5 lengths. Third is going to be a 3-way photo. Maybe Blue Skies Forever. Right there, too, are Laughing Manners and Ginger and Jingle.
Well, it looked like the 5 Gemography was coming to swallow up Bustin' Shout, but he shows some fight down the lane.
And that's the thing. Once again, a second-time starter. Now, while we preferred Laughing Manners, we talked about Bustin' Shout. Obviously, something just went completely wrong with him first time out. Gelded, blinkers off. They did do those 2 changes, but Mike Luzzy was aggressive out of the gate, and he showed speed to keep the number 2 Laughing Manners off of the pace, and he was able to dig it in wide of the field. And I got to tell you something, Gemography, aren't you already looking forward to betting against him next time at a short price?
He had every opportunity to go by in here. About twice the size of Bustin' Shout as well.
Yeah, I mean, at top of the stretch, even money looked like an overlay on this horse. But you know what? And I'll tell you something else. I think you're going to see Strider start staying towards the inside, because that's 2 straight horses that basically rode the inside the whole way. And that's a rarity on wet tracks.
1-5. And close for show. We'll figure who that is momentarily. But right here, Gemography in perfect position to win this race.
I mean, Luis Saez couldn't have had him in a better spot stalking like that, taking the lead. But give a little credit to Mike Luzzy, who got that stakes win here last week. Big win in the Westchester.
First in, I believe, over 5 years for him.
And Mike Luzzy, reminding people he still can ride. I'm a fan of Mike's. He's a terrific guy, and I'm always happy to see him do well.
Well done here. He keeps Bust and Shout to task and gets the win here. Start number 2, 8-1 in the start of this early pick 4. We'll be back with the prices right after this. It's the 6 who gets third over the 2. 1, 5, 6, 2 finish. We'll be back with more America's Day on the Races in just a little bit. Improbable. He was the unlikely Derby favorite. That role seems to be reserved for him again coming up.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July Seal with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Bust and Shout. Start number 2, puts it all together and gets the win here. Blinkers off, gelded for Bruce Levine. Mike Luzzi guides him to victory. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And quite a form reversal for number 1 in here. That is Bust and Shout. And Mike, you were talking about his first race. I guess it was the right decision to possibly geld him.
I think the gelding did it, and maybe the blinkers off too. He was funny in his first race. He was stopping, he was propping, what we call it. And he wouldn't go. And I guess the gelding and the blinkers off helped a lot today.
And from that inside post, obviously you are the man to get one out of the gate. I mean, it was just go.
Not the orders. I mean, because Bruce still wasn't too sure. You know, he says not the typical busting stone, so we weren't sure. But he stood in there quietly. He stood like a horse that was ready to break. And when he did, I just said, let's not fool around. Let's get this done.
And Mike, we've only seen 2 races run so far, and it's a very sloppy track. It seems as though the inside may play favorably. Do you think so?
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like they probably had it squeezed all morning. Maybe they had the dogs up, and they kept that part of the track better. So Rosario took advantage of it. So did I.
I love it. We love to see you in the winner's circle, Mike. Congrats.
Thanks, Mac.
All right, guys. Always good to catch up with the veteran Mike Luzzi.
Bust and Shout, $19.20. How about that?
Yeah, and once again, a horse who had made 1 start, obviously not as bad as his first start. You just have to have a little bit of faith, and you get $19, a terrific price on a horse that hadn't proven yet that he just couldn't run.
Move on to race 3. This was scheduled for the turf or off the turf all day long today, so this moves to the main track, stays at 6 furlongs. $40,000 claiming race for horses who have not won 2 in their careers. And Athwalk, even money right now for Linda Rice with Jose Lezcano.
I think the question is whether or not you think that Athwalk can get back to that good race off of a little bit of a layoff. I mean, obviously started out looking pretty good, running first time for Kieran McLaughlin. Linda claimed her, and she disappointed her next start at 7-5. But a horse like No Deal, who beat her, if you're familiar with our races, No Deal would be 1-9 in this field. And then she did not run well in her next start, and Linda has given her a pretty extended vacation, and that's one of the things Linda does very well with horses.
We have a big race coming up on Saturday. Middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Top 3 finishers from the Derby not moving onward. Improbable is, however, for Bob Baffert, and so is War of Will.
Is Improbable just the best horse, Greg? And he's just going to win? There's an argument that that's the case.
Could be. I'm not ready to give up on War of Will. I thought he was running a huge race before the trouble happened. And there's some intriguing horses, newbies, coming in as well. Of course, Win coming back in this race. That is a homebred for Live Oak Plantation, who set that track record in the Pasco. Former recipient of the Penny Chenery Award, Most Distinguished Woman in Racing, Charlotte Weber, one of the first ladies of racing. She fell in love with horses at a very early age, and her passion for horses and her competitive spirit have helped Live Oak compete at the highest level of the game.
Probably very foolishly, I went out and bought my first racehorse in about 1968. And I had an immediate stakes winner, so I was very lucky, and I caught the bug.
Mrs. Weber's got a lot of class, and she is very humble. I come from Texas, and I'm not afraid to be boastful for her. And Live Oak stud on 50 graded stakes winners, and relatively speaking, she is a small operation.
It started out as 1,000 acres. Then I started to buy property that was contiguous to the first 1,000 acres, and now I'm up to 4,500 acres. I have Brahmas, Angus, and then I have brood mares and foals and yearlings and horses in training.
We breed to race and sell broodmare prospects because we can't keep all of the fillies. But we breed everything to race, and we are smart enough to know that we don't know everything.
My horses, everything I send in training, are usually all my homebreds, plus I'll add a few.
I would say Win Approval probably fits up in a who's who list in the history of the game, because she's had 4 graded stakes winners. So that's her breeding through and through. So yeah, she's got to be a top 10 mare, maybe in the history of the game.
All I can tell you is it was probably one of the most exhilarating days of my life. As good as it gets. I mean, how do you get better than you strive for the top and you hit the ball out of the park? That's good. It's good. First over the finish line. I think a lot of people think it's just put out your dollars and it'll all happen, but that's not what happens.
And that's the ruin of a lot of people. But she has shown the persistence to stay in this business for a long, long time that a lot of people, she truly has the passion for racing.
So over the years, I have upped my game. I have gone from being happily satisfied from winning 5 claimers. Now, I want to win stakes.
Mrs. Weber is humble and she's quietly competitive. She's extremely competitive. As the saying goes, the little duck that looks like he's floating on top of the pond, quietly, those little legs are churning underneath the water.
I am very optimistic to think that I'm going to have a very good year of racing.
She's got that passion. She's going to keep grinding.
I'll take a Triple Crown. I like to win 1 a year and then win all 3 and then come down and go up, but that's not realistic. I think I'm going to have some nice fillies. That's always exciting for me, because if it's a nice filly, then I can bring her home and breed her. She becomes part of the Live Oak family. And the colts, you know, if I have a crackerjack colt, who knows where I'm going to go with that.
Some big wins for those colors. The Breeders' Cup Mile a couple of times with brothers, Miesque Approval, and then half-brother to Miesque Approval, World Approval, delivered a second Breeders' Cup Mile win.
Oh, absolutely. They've been such a huge force in racing for a long, long time.
Well, they're going to line up with win in the Preakness. Look, it's Some favorites, of course, Justify, American Pharoah, California Chrome have won the Preakness. A lot of big prices have come through as well. Cloud Computing back in 2017.
I haven't made a lot of money in the Derby in years, but I've done pretty well in the Preakness over the years, so I got no complaints.
You know, who else has done good in the Kentucky Derby? Bob Baffert. He'll be looking for an 8th, but we're going to go through the entire field. Here's one of them, Always Mining, who's very intriguing coming in. He's ruled off 6 consecutive victories coming in.
Well, you know he's going to get all that press as the local hero, right? And legitimately so. He's run pretty well in those races. He's putting up some big buyer figures. He just galloped last time and got a 92 buyer at 5 cents the dollar. He's going to get a class test in this race, but I wouldn't turn my nose up at him. He can run.
Usually he's out in front. He was not in the Federico Tessio. Where do you expect to see him?
Well, I think that was probably one of the reasons they rated him there, right? They wanted to see if he could rate when he comes to the Preakness. So he'll be close up early, but he doesn't show you enough. He'll run.
Another twist of fate. He's coming off that second in the Lexington for Blaine Ray.
Got a lot of press for the second, the Sunderland Derby. I don't know how much press he gets after cutting Humer's performance in the Derby. But having said that, he ran fine when he was second behind Owendale, who's a player in this race.
Throw out his debut. He's run terrific every single time. Bodie Express, he was compromised, of course, with those issues. And the DQ, he returns.
You know, he's not a bad horse. I don't want to tell Connections what to do with their horses, but Breakham's maiden. Stop running
the
the grade
best
ones.
maiden in the country right now.
Well,
hands
the problem is they keep losing, and then they'll lose their form.
Bourbon War for Mark Hennig. Of course, he was second, beat just 3/4 of a length to Code of Honor in the Fountain of Youth.
Well, personally, I'm rooting for Mark to do well. I'm friendly with Mark, and I think he's a good trainer and a good guy. He's going to be very pace dependent, but Greg, isn't he going to get a good pace to close him to?
Yeah, we'll find out. And, you know, he's a small horse in stature. We'll see. He's getting a little more time off, maturing. We'll see if that helps him as well. Improbable. He was, of course, the Derby favorite, trying to give Baffert an 8th Preakness victory. He was unsettled in that gate in the Arkansas Derby. They made the equipment change, blinkers off in the Derby.
I don't think he loved the wet track in the Derby. I thought Irad Ortiz gave him a terrific ride. He had a perfect spot with him. I just didn't think he finished. I think he's the most talented horse in this race, Greg. I'm not sure he's the most talented horse in the mile and 3/16.
Mike Smith taking over. He'll hop aboard.
He's won some big races, Mike.
Yes, he has, including a Triple Crown last year with Bob Baffert on Justify. Laughing Fox, one of the new faces showing up.
Comes back 2 weeks after winning a new race for $300,000 at Oaklawn. He would really have to step forward, though, to beat these. But once again, a horse could take advantage of a fast pace.
Done most of his work at Oaklawn. 3-time winner. He comes in off a victory. It was no match for Omaha Beach and Improbable and Country House in the Arkansas Derby. Owendale, one of a couple for Brad Cox, won the Lexington last start.
I don't know about you, Greg. I think he's going to be the one that's going to get a lot of attention as the new shooter. He was very good in the Lexington. Can he step forward from that? Because that was a bit of an improvement for him.
Yeah, ran the best race of his career. Comes from off the pace as well. And, oh, he'd love to see a hot pace up front that he could close into. Son of Into Mischief. Signal Man, I know you're not a huge fan. He was very talented as a 2-year-old. He'll make his 3rd start of his 3-year-old campaign in the Preakness.
I just haven't seen it from him. I mean, he frankly, Win ran so much better than him last time. And I don't love Win, but Win beat him, and he had trouble in the race. Signal Man, a perfect trip.
And we don't know much about that sire, right? General Quarters.
You remember General Quarters? He won. He was a good dirt horse, but he won the turf race at Churchill. They run before the Derby at a big price. He upset that turf classic race.
War of Will got shut off in the race. Had the rail to deal with as well. He was running very good before those problems happened.
Mark Casse showed that he was dead right to run him back off that poor performance in Louisiana Derby. And if you throw that race out, he's done nothing but run well. And I'm sorry, I disagree with people that say he had no horse after he got fouled. We don't know what he could have done if he hadn't been cut off. It's not fair to judge him like that. And he still ran well enough.
He could have battled Maximum Security into submission.
Just don't know. Horses, sometimes they lose their focus when those things happen.
Warriors Charge, this is the other Brad Cox runner in the race.
I got to tell you something. This horse, his last race at Oaklawn was gigantic. I mean, he ran giant in there. My worry with him is his best 2 races are on the front end, and it's going to be very hard to win this Preakness on the front end.
Well, yeah, I mean, you said it. We're not going to say the top 3 finishers from the Derby, but I still think really intriguing race coming up in the Preakness. It's going to be fun.
I'm with you. Give me a good betting race. I don't need to have the superstars. And who's to say that the eventual 3-year-old champion is not in this race, Greg?
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
I said, who's to say? I thought it was very eloquent of me, and you weren't even listening. I said, who's to say that the eventual 3-year-old champion isn't running in this Preakness?
No, could be. Every once in a while, I lose focus.
I don't
win,
blame you.
win. I'm a fan of this horse. I don't know if he's going to win the race. I'm not saying he's going to be my selection in the race, but I'm a fan of the horse.
I like him as a horse, and he did not handle the wet track in the Derby.
Yeah.
One horse. I think he's going to be better going shorter. I'd love to see him turn back.
Constant problems trying to get out of the gate.
I know. That's the other problem. He can't get out of the gate.
Yeah. Third at Belmont coming up. Ragtime Susie, 9-5 on the board. Broke maiden at Belmont last summer. This will be start 2 on the comeback trail for Tom Bush. Javier Castellano will be aboard. Well, the post parade when we come back.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This one is by Tapit and is a brilliant Grade 1 winner.
Elliot, of course you're talking about Constitution. He was a TD and Rising Star in his debut. He became an undefeated Grade 1 winner when he won the Florida Derby in his 3rd start. And in the Don Handicap as a 4-year-old, he ran a 111 Beyer speed figure, which is still the fastest Tapit around 2 turns.
And don't forget about his allowance race when he beat Wicked Strong and Tunnelist. His first 2-year-olds have every right to be fast.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, and we're brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, the go-to site covering the sport and lifestyle. Visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we got race 3 coming up. It is off the turf. And just keep in mind, again, I know Andy told you earlier that 3 Slimy is running in the race, but for purse money only, so not to be factored in for wagering purposes.
You asked me yesterday if there was ever a horse named for me. Just pointing that out. Yeah, so if Slimy wins this race, it doesn't count. It's the betting for betting. It doesn't count for betting. But, you know, it's interesting. Oswald's a favorite. Let's talk about the number 1 horse in this race, Ragtime Susie, because she ran well enough when she broke her maiden back last June to beat this field. Her last race, though, when she came off of that layoff for 9 months, was terrible, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, but yeah, that was definitely in need of much better. Has not scared bettors away. 3-2 right now on Ragtime Susie. Let's head downstairs for Paddock Report with Maggie Wolfendale.
And taking a look at Ragtime Susie as she is second off of that 9-month layoff. Look, she looks incredibly fit in here. So whether she needed that start, maybe that was true, or did she not handle a track with moisture in it? But then again, a track labeled good and harrowed is a lot different than the sealed, sloppy track that we have here today. And looking at her, I mean, I can only go by looking at her, to be honest. I think she might appreciate. And considering the fact, too, that she's run some okay races on the turf, sometimes horses that like that firmer turf course, well, they like the firmer dirt course of a sealed track. So she'll get it here today. It's unfortunate that Slimy isn't running here, as she's the only one that's shown any ability to run over a sloppy track, or a wet track for that matter, as number 7, Athwalk. She's one coming in off of a long layoff for Linda Rice, and she broke her maiden first time out as Kieran put her in a maiden 40, and you don't see Kieran doing that too often, whether you wanted to try to get her eligible for starters or, well, maybe she has some issues, but he got the job done no matter what. Now she's gone for quite a while here this time, and looking at her, she looks incredibly fit. I mean, looks as though Linda has her ready, but the problem is she doesn't look that great in her coat, and she's a little more quiet than she was in some of her previous outings. I don't know if that has any bearing on how she runs here today, because she does look ready to go physically, but still I kind of question it coming off of the layoff as she drops out of those starter allowances, as we have 6 minutes here, Greg, and horses heading out.
Really?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 6-5 on Athwalk. Looks to be, well, I mean, the horse next door is not exactly slow, but coming out of a longer race. But Athwalk looks quick.
No, I don't disagree. I mean, I'm not sure that Aw Honey's not going to be in front early in this race. Now, Aw Honey didn't run, you know, she showed speed last time. To be fair, she got embroiled in a wicked pace, still going a mile. But here's Athwalk breaking her maiden in her debut for Kieran McLaughlin, and boy, it seemed like a great claim for Linda Rice, 40,000 first time out, 74 buyer, and it really has not turned out to be the case.
Sometimes that can, well, you always like to win, but when you win first time out, it can be tough, because then you're thrown to the wolves. And didn't run bad, though, the next couple of tries, but just has been having to face winners off that debut victory. And so next door, Aw Honey, you don't think coming out of that mile race might dull that speed a little bit?
It could, but it depends what Eric Cancel wants to do. I would go to the front with Aw Honey. She's naturally faster. I would not let Cano get the jump with Athwalk. If Athwalk gets in front of her, she's going to win, I think.
Even money on the 7 as we look at Joel Rosario on Party in the Sand, teaming up with Carlos Martin here.
Well, he teamed up with Carlos to win our first race today, so maybe they can do it again. Party in the Sand, she's going to have to hope that this race just completely falls apart.
Even money, and 9-2 separates this entire field. As you see, the rain still coming down a little bit here on this Sunday afternoon. Sloppy track off the turf. This one was scheduled for the grass. Now on the wet going as we get set for our post parade.
Sundays it rained. 3 straight Sundays it's rained.
Has it?
Yes. Hard to believe.
All that means is beautiful weather is right around the corner.
You know, the forecast, thankfully, for next week does look good and much warmer, so things they'll perk up around here. We had a beautiful day yesterday and a great series of races.
Ragtime Susie will kick off our post parade here. Tom Bush, Javier Castellano.
Will the real Ragtime Susie step up? The one who ran 2 back is good enough to win. The one last time, no.
Yeah, not at all. But got to figure she's better than that. Here's the 3, Slimy, again running for purse money only.
Right. Obviously, this horse wins, runs second. There does not count for your betting whatsoever going out for trainer Chuck Lawrence.
Aw Honey, Gary Contessa.
I think that Eric Cancel has no choice but to send this one in the front and hope for the best.
And it looks like going to be dueling here with this one. Jose Lezcano and Athwalk.
And Athwalk's got to find that good form from the first start or two. If she does, she's way the horse to beat here.
Beat as the favorite the last 2 tries, including odds-on last start. And here's the 8 Party in the Sand. And Joel would love to see a little pace duel up front.
Won't you expect that Joel is going to drop back to the last and sit right in the rail and hope things work out the way they did in the first race for he and Carlos Martin?
Yeah, that worked beautifully, didn't it? And we've seen, again, the rail be the key in the first 2 races on the card this afternoon. Athwalk now dips down to 4-5 on the board.
Not surprised, but, you know, I would never knock somebody, for trying to beat. I mean, you don't want to just say, that horse is the favorite, I'm going to bet against it. Because favorites can be your friends, especially in multi-race sequence. If you single a favorite, it gives you the opportunity to use many more horses in another race. But I can understand somebody says, I won't want to take 4-5 on a horse Athwalk that ran as poorly as she did last time and a track that had some moisture in it. So I don't have a problem with that notion. The question is, who is your other horse? Many people feel it's the horse in the rail, Ragtime Susie. I would say it's Party in the Sand.
Who do you think with these conditions benefits the most or moves up the most?
That's a great question. I mean, that's a really good question. I don't know. I really don't.
That's why this game is so challenging.
Well, I mean, you don't have much really wet track form to go on with these horses, and wet tracks, I like to say, they play no favorites, right?
Yeah.
A long shot could love a wet track, and a favorite could hate a wet track. And that's one of the reasons you should be more open-minded in wet tracks. And listen, we wish it was beautiful weather. We're on the turf every day and all those things, but you have to deal with the elements. And when you win money on a sloppy track day, it's off the turf, you don't feel like you were cheated.
Well, and you've talked about this a lot, and you've done it. I know you've mentioned it at Saratoga, but sometimes days like this offer great opportunities where people, sometimes they just drop the ball, and you get great value.
Well, we've seen it, right? A horse who's really good in the turf will stay on the main track and take a shot, and those horses get bet off their turf form, and they shouldn't be bet off their turf form. And sometimes there are horses that are just good enough on dirt to win races, and they'll be overlays. There are great opportunities. You really just have to keep an open mind.
With more on this field, let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
So as you guys were talking about possible early pace setters, and it does feel as though maybe a little bit of speed is a good thing to have here, both of which are posted towards the outside, though. Here's my conundrum. Okay, Athwalk has Jose Lezcano, who's been known to be an aggressive rider. But she is almost verging on listless compared to what I've seen her behave in the past as she comes off that layoff. Just very, very quiet. On the other hand, you have Eric Concel, who is not as aggressive, aboard All Honey, who is ultra sharp. I mean, she is jumping out of her skin as far as the preliminaries are concerned before this race. So it's always funny to me, who is actually going to be the speed in here? Obviously, it would benefit Eric, since he is the one to make the decisions here, to go with All Honey. I don't like her. She's probably the least appealing physically to me, but maybe she does have that edge, but then again, does she handle a sloppy track? She certainly didn't handle it last time out, but that was going a mile. Guys, they're at the gate.
All right, Maggie, thanks. And, we're getting a look here at this 3. I asked you the question, who might move up the most on this track? Maybe the horse right there who's running for purse money only.
I think you're right. That's one of the reasons I picked this horse. This horse was my top choice if there was betting in the race, because I really do think she moves up on a wet track. And at the end of the day, if she runs that race back in November, she's going to probably win this race. I don't mind her getting back there. I actually think she's a much more likely winner. But keep in mind, if she ends up winning this race, don't worry about your bet. She does not count.
Whoever, would wind up second would be the eventual winner. Again, a brief mistaken scratch of the 3 resulted in this horse being purse money only.
Have to protect the public. You don't want to see somebody find out after the race, you told me that horse was scratched.
3 to 5 on that horse right there, moving in. Athwalk for Linda Rice. Let's go upstairs. Larry Colmus with the call. Race 3 from Belmont Park.
They're all in line. They're off. And it's Athwalk out for the early lead. With All Honey away running in second position. Ragtime Susie is out third on the inside. Slimy is fourth early on and 3.5 lengths ahead of Party in the Sand. The trailer as Athwalk leads the way for the far turn. All Honey running along in second position, now 2 lengths behind. There goes Slimy on the outside. Slimy about to take over second. Ragtime Susie stepped on the brakes there and is back running in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead and clear of Party in the Sand. 23.33 the opening quarter mile. Athwalk is the leader. Slimy, who's running for purse money only today, is second as Ragtime Susie kicks it in quickly on the outside and makes a rush for the lead as they come toward the top of the stretch. They've left All Honey and Party in the Sand behind. They're turning for home now, and it is Athwalk joined on the outside by Ragtime Susie, and between those two is Slimy after a 47.35 half mile. So it is Slimy coming on in between horses, but this horse again is running for purse money only. Ragtime Susie now second on the outside, and then comes Athwalk down toward the rail, followed by Party in the Sand. Coming down to the wire, and it's Slimy in the slop. Running for purse money only. For betting, it was then Ragtime Susie, Party in the Sand, and Athwalk.
So the purse money only runner crosses the wire first, will get the win. But in terms of winning for the bettors, it is Ragtime Susie.
It feels like it's 1-8. I believe that the 8 was able to catch Othwalk late. You know, Ragtime Susie showed up. At the end of the day, it was more about Othwalk just not running particularly well. No excuse, able to cruise in a very moderate pace. And she was down the good part of the racetrack on the inside. Yeah. Now Slimy splits horses, got an excellent ride in here for Kendra Carmouche, but only winning for purse money, not winning for betting. Official order 1-8-7-6.
And a 3-5 defeated in the early pick 5 and the pick 4.
Yeah, big value on the 2-1. You're alive in this pick 5. You are alive for a good score.
That's Kendra Carmouche on the purse money only runner. But again, the 1 for bettors, Ragtime Susie, Javier Castellano, Tom Bush, Rover Racing Stable. And we'll give you these prices coming up in just a little bit. But yeah, for Athwalk, and yeah, Athwalk was just quicker, but couldn't finish.
But just had absolutely nothing at the end. Was really did not, no excuse what. And we've seen how this racetrack's playing. Jose Lezcano rode perfectly in here. He did absolutely nothing wrong, and it just didn't matter. Now Ragtime Susie, for betting purposes, is fortunate because at the end of the day, the horse running for purse money only, Slimy, she just buried this field. Perfect ride by Kendra too, by the way.
Yeah. We're going to take a break. We will be back. Again, we'll have prices from race 3 on the way, and we'll set up the 4th next.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. I'm joined on set by 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to see you on this Sunday afternoon card. Our feature still coming up later in the afternoon. Bob Baffert looks like he's going to be real tough.
Yeah, well, much better. Filly that's getting better and better, and his horse that got run down in his last start. You don't see Bob Baffert horses get usually run down, but today it looks like it's going to be the lone speed in here. Inside looks like it's a good place to be, and the Bob Baffert charge looks like he's going to be tough in there. And, you know, he stayed here. He didn't go back to California. He's been in New York in this nice weather.
Yeah, at some point it's going to get a little better. Speaking of Bob Baffert, he's going to attempt to make history yet again with an 8th victory in the Preakness. His 4th Preakness winner came to him just 3 weeks before the Kentucky Derby. War Emblem, he had a habit of biting during his racing days, so Baffert called him Hannibal Lecter. He's chilled out a little bit since he's been out on the farm at Old Friends. Can he do it again? We'll find out. Improbable, of course, for Baffert. Likely going to be the favorite coming up in that race. Just incredible how loaded he is all the time.
Yeah,
but, he's going to be tough with Mike Smith aboard.
A little unfortunate that War Emblem didn't get the chance in the Belmont. But as it goes
Went
for
to his knees out of the gate.
But as it goes for Belmont race number 3, the number 3 Slimy crossed the wire first, but was running for purse money only. So the 1 Ragtime Susie ran second, so that will be your first place finisher. So if you're live in this pick 5, really big 5, you're live for a nice little score here. So Ragtime Susie will get the money, or second place money. So we'll read Slimy's connections here. Quality Road out of the Stormcat Mare Argue for Matthew Sharon, Kendrick Carmouche. Ragtime Susie, congratulations for all you people that bet her.
Pick 6 starts here at 6 furlongs. It's a maiden special weight here in the 4th. And Fortune's Full Jimmy Toner making career starts. Number 3 coming off an effort in the mud at Keeneland, showed speed and backed up to 4th.
Yes, ran at 2 different race courses, one at Gulfstream Park, one at Keeneland, and has run well in both starts, and probably the horse to beat in here. I tell you, the one I think is going to be a sneaky little first-time starter in here for Kieran McLaughlin.
Well, our feature race, that Gold Fever that we touched on here at, when you just came on the sets, the Gold Fever, that is in race 8. And it's a rematch of the Bayshore for 2 horses, and here Much Better and Call Paul. They went up 2 and 3, and Much Better was well clear of Call Paul in that race. Now, Call Paul didn't get out of the gate well at all, compromised his chances a little bit, but Much Better ran huge.
No, Much Better ran giant. And the thing is, again, like I said, you don't see Bob Baffert horses get run down and get run down this easily. But Mind Control is a nice horse.
It's a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, I get it. Call Paul might have needed this race. Only had 1 other race since December. It needs to probably break a little bit better. The blinkers are going to go on. Maybe try to correct that for Jason Service, who's obviously always dangerous. We saw him yesterday with Firenze Fire, but there is the Bob Baffert charge right there. Much Better. And I'm sure Jimmy Barnes is taking good care of this Ridgeling by Pioneer of the Nile.
And it just looks like, from a pace standpoint, he could run away with this thing, doesn't it?
Well, he's got 2 giant works right over the racetrack. Right after that race, he came back about 15 days later. The next 2 works were bullet, and the last one in straight Bob Baffert form. 1 out of 88, 47 breezing. So obviously this Ridgeling's coming into the race very, very good, and going to be tough to handle.
No 2 off tracks the same. He did handle a good track out in Southern California, so at least there's that positive that he has handled some off-going in his career. Meanwhile, the horse he was more than 5 lengths clear of in that Bayshore will have the rail, Call Paul. He needs a better start today. Obviously, his chances compromised in that race.
Yeah, he needs a better start. And look, if besides that race, what has he done wrong? He ran 3rd in the Champagne, 3rd in the Nashua, but Vekoma was in the Derby and won the Bluegrass. Code of Honor ran 3rd in the Derby, so Call Paul has held some good company. So with a better break, he could be right there with Much Better. Now, can he beat him? We'll see what happens today. He's got to make up 7 lengths with a better break. Does that happen? Maybe 2-3 lengths. Here's the other part about this. Call Paul has shown speed. Does he have to show speed from the inside and rush up and try to make Much Better go faster?
Yeah, he used to be really quick, right? And then we haven't seen that last few starts, but blinkers go on today. So you would think that they definitely have that on their mind this afternoon. He was a graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old at Saratoga last summer. Also graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old at Saratoga. Sombaye, he's making his 3-year-old return for trainer Todd Pletcher at Starlight Racing.
Yeah, and this is a horse that broke his debut by a ton. And then in the Sanford, I thought ran so great running down Strike Silver. At the time, Strike Silver was the New York bred that was really, really hot at the time, and they went battle down the stretch. Then after that, look who he lost to. He lost to Mind Control. We keep talking about Mind Control. That's who ran by Much Better. And then the Breeders' Futurity, Knicks Go, obviously with a giant upset there. He's coming back for Starlight, like you were saying. Pletcher could be very, very dangerous in this spot. This is the weird thing about it. The horse been working at Palm Beach Downs. Got to work over the turf. That can a little bit confusing there.
Interesting. Well, he showed a ton of talent early on. He was super precocious. Kicked off his very first start. He won by more than 6 lengths, and he was expected to be something good. He was 4-5 in that race. So we'll see how he does in his return. Not an easy spot to come back in. Those are 2 nice horses he's going to try and go against, and then there's a couple of long shots in the race as well. I know we didn't touch on him, but that outside horse coming in from Laurel, Wendell Fong, he's a little interesting to me as well.
He is, because I think the Maryland horses are not getting their due, but it seems like the last couple of years, they're coming here in Belmont with a purpose, and they're winning races. And Wendell Fong, like you said, 2 for 3 lifetime. Jeremiah Engelhart's having a good meet. This is the son of Flat Out. They stuck this horse in a $100,000 race for a reason right after he won his debut, so he's got to have some talent.
Yeah, against Always Mining, who's going to be headed to the Preakness coming up on Saturday, that middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Fourth race is coming up next. It kicks off the pick 6. If it's warm in there, sign me up.
What does that say? Oh.
Fourth race, Lion Dance. It was a morning line favorite. Start number 3 for Jimmy Jerkins with the 2. Gets Lasix this afternoon. Is the Lion ready to pounce? We will find out. Javier Castellano will be aboard. We have our paddock report and a post parade from the 4th coming up when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So we're gonna walk around and see some of the stallions in their paddocks. So we've got Street Sense over here. Fun fact, he's the last Kentucky Derby winner to win the Travers.
Oh.
Which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is.
12 years ago. Yeah, so only 10 horses have ever won the Derby and the Travers too. So kind of what he did is harder than winning the Triple Crown. Frosted! Come on.
There we go. Or not.
This is all he's been talking about all day. I just want to see Frosted. I'm so excited to see Frosted.
I feel like if I get any closer, it's gonna move.
That's majestic, man.
Thank you. Oh, look at that. Now he's like, all right, you guys got what you needed. That was awesome.
Now we'll visit there with Frosted, whose Met Mile was just sensational a few years back for Kieran McLaughlin.
Really was one of the most dominant performances. You can see he's getting a little grayer as he's getting a little older, and that's what Just for Men's for us, but we can't Just for Men Frosted.
It is Mother's Day, and we're going to keep with the theme a little bit. A mama that Richard Migliori, who joins us for the first time this afternoon, knew very, very well. He was aboard several times, has turned into one of the top producers around, has more on Better Than Honor. Mig, how you doing? Staying dry?
Trying to stay dry down here, Greg. We're underneath the eaves of the Saddling enclosure, and it is appropriate on Mother's Day to talk about Better Than Honor, one of the most prolific broodmares of the last 15 or so years. Was a good racehorse in her own right, almost maybe a little too polite. She didn't really like to win those close photos, but one race she actually did get put up in was the Demoiselle, and we can take a look at it now. I'm in behind horses looking for a spot. I'm going to be able to kind of muscle my way out a little bit here, not the most comfortable position. And then Robbie Davis on the outside on Tutorial is going to try to close the hole, but I'm far enough in there. You can see she's a bit intimidated on her left lead. trying to go left-handed. We're going to bother these guys inside of us a little bit, but that was more because the outside horse hurting me over. And even though we finished second under the wire, we were placed first, and I'll take it any way I can get it. I don't care if it's by DQ or anyway. And then she wound up being the mother of Jazzle, Belmont Stakes winner here. Very good horse for Kieran McLaughlin, ridden by Fernando Yara. This was the horse that really kind of was the breakout horse for Fernando Yara. And it's remarkable to think that she went on to be the mother of a Belmont Stakes winner, but she did it again. And the first filly to win the Belmont in over, I think it was something like 100 years. Rags to Riches beats the mighty Curlin, and she had less than an ideal trip that day. She was stumbled at the break, wide throughout, but very gritty. As determined as she was, her mom, she lost a lot of photos. She didn't always get it done, but she certainly made up for it as a broodmare, guys.
Well, it also produced a Breeders' Cup Marathon winner in Man of Iron. Casino Driver won the Peter Pan. She was out of a Kentucky Oaks winner and sold for a world record price for a broodmare at the time, $14 million back in the 2008 Fasig-Tipton sale.
Yeah,
Kentucky.
I was in the wake of Casino Drive. Actually, I had a horse named Golden Spikes I owned at the time, and he ran in the Peter Pan that day, and Casino Drive absolutely buried him. So better than honor, yeah. Phenomenal mare, some great stuff there by the MIG. And it's good to see Mama producing horses like that, and some great ones, and she was one of the best.
And Mig was the regular pilot aboard Better Than Honor during her racing days. We got this fourth race here coming up. It's the start of the Pick Six. We're about 14 minutes away as we take a look here at Sneakiness. Tony Dutrow, Joel Rosario, West Point, and ran a distant third in the debut. That was back last October at Belmont. Now comes a 3-year-old debut.
Very fast run race, right? And that was the Fortin Hill horse for Chad Brown that got scratched on Breeders' Cup Day. And then Family Biz was in there and actually turned out to be a very loaded race. And this horse has been working very well coming back over the training track, over the main track. That last one was good on May 7th. Getting some money at the windows right now at 5-2 with Rosario. And I would think, you know, from the outside, a very fast run race first time out, he can survey some of the other speed in here, like the 3, like the 4. The 2's getting some Lasix too. There's the gray. Or the dark brown, excuse me. Look gray there for a split second, I think. But there is the 2 Lion Dance.
Yeah, 5-2 right now. Again, Javier Castellano will hop aboard. Bullet Drill back on May the 8th over the Belmont training track, getting set for the 3-year-old comeback, son of Bernardini.
Listen, he lost to a horse called Kentucky Wildcat that got hurt and had a lot of promise, and then look who ran second in that race, Country House. So he comes out of a loaded race, comes back with Lasix.
Yeah, and the debut, Signal Man, who's coming back in the Preakness, just missed by a nose to that horse.
Lyman Knight was in that race. This horse run against some really nice races, nice horses, and there's both been 9-horse fields. And here's September first field, and you're right. This is against Signalman at 5.5 to 1, and just missed here, Greg. And you know, got a little bit unlucky at the break too. Didn't break well.
No, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to overcome against a horse with this kind of ability. Go on to win the Kentucky Jockey Club.
Yeah.
As a 2-year-old, would run 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Oof. So off that's pretty sharp. 5-2 looks pretty good here.
No, it does. You have your pick here. You have Lion Dance, who's going to come from out of it, gets Lasix, Castellano sticks. You got Fortune's Fool, who we haven't talked about, the 5, Sneakiness. Now, Fortune's Fool, the 5, will probably be the speedy one of all of them. Or if Sneakiness shows a little bit more pace today, we'll see.
And just so you're probably not going to get 5-2 on Lion Dance. Probably going to wind up going off the favorite in here. But we get a look here at Fortune's Fool.
You think so?
Looks like it. Favored in most of the multi-race wagers. But Fortune's Fool.
Fast, right? Bullet out of the gate. The problem has been...
Looks like the one to catch off that last effort.
Yeah, you know, last time got headed. A horse basically went, you know, head-to-head with him early and then put him away, where the first time out he was able to, like, canter along in second. I wonder what's going to happen today if he can get loose.
We shall see. Right now, favored Irad Ortiz Jr. He was aboard for the debut. He's back on board today. Let's get a paddock report. We head downstairs to the MIG. Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It's kind of interesting when you're looking at horses in the paddock, particularly horses coming back off of a layoff. And let's start with number 6, Sneakiness. This horse was last seen in October. His one start was well beaten, 3rd that day when he kind of lunged at the break. Two things stood out to me about this horse. He looks dead fit for a horse coming back off a layoff. Anthony Dutrow seems to have him extremely well meant today. He looks like he's very tight to me. And the fact that he looks so much like his sire, Into Mischief. He's the spitting image of his sire, Into Mischief. And the Into Mischiefs have been running really well over wet tracks. So I think the 6-horse Sneakiness, well drawn outside. So if he doesn't get away as cleanly as you'd like, won't be getting a lot of kickback. The mud thrown in his face, should be able to get in a good rhythm. We already saw Joel Rosario win one today. And like I said, this horse is the spitting image of his sire, Into Mischief. The 2-horse Lion Dance, another horse coming back off a layoff, hasn't been seen since December for Jimmy Jerkins. And again, Jimmy Jerkins has this horse fit. Big blowout the other day, 35 and a 5th on the training track. Kind of signaled that he's ready. A horse that also has a pedigree that speaks to the mud, that he should handle the mud well. And a race that looks like there's a lot of speed signed on. These two can lurk from just off the pace, could favor their style, and 2 horses returning off a layoff that look really fit. The 1 horse, the first-time starter from the Kieran McLaughlin barn, Montatham, son of Candy Ride. I think this is a horse that I'm going to watch run one time. I think he's going to need a race to kind of find himself. He just looks just a touch soft for a horse making his debut. But Kieran McLaughlin, not a guy that tightens them up for their first start, but they usually improve leaps and bounds. So maybe this is just one to keep an eye on today and mark down for next time.
Mig, thanks. Our post parade here coming up in just a little bit. So we got 3 horses on the board between 2 to 1 or 5 to 2.
Yeah, we do. And the 5 is still taking money, but you're right. The 2 is the lowest in the doubles, 2, 5, 6. If you're looking at that, and you're looking at some of the other horses, I like what Mick had to say about the 1. Kieran McLaughlin seems to, on muddy days, his horses just run well. I don't know what it is. Some trainers. The horses just like the mud a little bit more, and maybe Kieran's the kind of guy that just works them in the mud, and because sometimes they're going to just run in it, and I have a feeling the 1's going to run here. And Lion Dance, I understand he's the favorite, but I think people are worried about the gate a little bit here, Wolfie, and maybe the 6 furlongs.
Yeah, definitely had those issues in the debut, but I don't, cutting back. Well, it's off the bench, but did stretch out to a mile, and that's when that horse kind of lost a little bit, and did go 7 furlongs first time out.
Yeah,
so
that is true. That's my worry, right? Was Jimmy Jerkins going, okay, we're going 7 furlongs because we're having gait issues and that we might need to go longer. Now that he's coming back on Lasix, okay, let's start at 6 furlongs. That worries me just a tiny bit. Here's the 4. We haven't really talked about War Toxin that much. Another speedy Son of Violence, and even after not even breaking his maiden, they went over to Charlestown and they tried a little $100,000 race, and he was right there until the end of the race.
56 to 1.
Yeah, and he only loses a whole ball of wax by about 5 lengths. Ran 4th, so he cashed the check, and now he's going to come back in against maidens. They only paid $11,000 for him, so he's earned his money already.
That's the 4 we were talking about. Here's a look at the 3 Lawn Twist. There's a rider change, by the way, on this 3. Pablo Fragoso will be aboard for Leo O'Brien. And this horse actually was on the turf last time out and was on the lead. This horse does have quickness.
Another horse with speed. We heard Richard talking about, like, there could be some pace in here. Could it fall apart? The 3 could be part of it. 3, 4, and 5. So that leaves what? The 1, 2, and 6 to maybe determine what happens then. The 1 might be quick. We don't know yet.
Yeah, what will we get from the new face in there? A tough place to be inside, certainly for your debut.
And it continues to rain, by the way, so that's why they're waiting as long as they can to get the horses out on the racetrack and straight to the gate, so they don't have to be out in the rain as long. You don't want to be out there as long, too, if you had to compete, right?
Again, the pick 6 coming up in this race, 20,000 plus in the pool.
Although, the horses like it colder.
This cold weather is ideal for them.
No, they love it.
Yeah.
If you go out in Kentucky, I remember going out in April and October, they are out in droves. You go out there in July, they are inside. They want to be out there in the cold. They love the snow. They love running in this. They love the weather. So this is a lot of fun. Sometimes you can get some prices. And like I said, if you're live in this Pick 5, you're live for a nice ticket. And if you sign up now, you can get in that Pick 6 pool.
Yeah, bet 200. You'll get $200 in your account with that new member bonus. Use the promo code LIVE to take advantage of that offer at NYRABets.com or download the NYRABets app. You could bet any track, anywhere. anytime. Again, use that promo code LIVE to make sure you get that new member bonus. We have our post-parade here coming up. We got our paddock report from Mig. And this sequence here this afternoon, I mean, looking ahead to some of the later races in this spot, do you feel like most people believe Much Better is the single on the card?
I would think so. Some people are going to take a shot with the inside horse, obviously. The one, Call Paul. The last race, the 16.
Yeah, Red Zinger is going to be tough.
Is going to be tough in there. He's going to be 6-5 on the line. I would think he's going to be 4-5, somewhere in that area. And a lot of people like to try to get to the last leg and get to that horse. So, yeah, I think him, maybe a tiny bit more than Much Better. They're going to be close, the two most singled horses in the pick 5 and the pick 6 today.
But some of those other races, they're wide open.
No, they are.
So
they are.
Not a sequence that say, hey, it's going to chalk out.
Like
Definitely
this,
some ability to get some prices here.
Like this race. This race is wide open. I think it is.
Well, we start off with the first-time starter, Montatham, Kieran McLaughlin, son of Candy Ride.
Candy Ride's like the off-track out of it. Stormy Atlantic Merriman working at Palm Meadows and will debut at Lasix.
Lion Dance now is the favorite. Jimmy Jerkins, Javier Castellano, 3-year-old debut.
Broke bad first time out and really charged home, and then disappointed at 4-5. But that was a loaded race last time. Hasn't been seen since December.
Pablo Fregoso again. Rider change on the 3 Lawn Twist for Leo O'Brien.
Look for speed here. I just don't know if there's going to be a lot of stick.
Or Puxton 701, Manny Franco, Uriah St. Louis.
You know, Lisa's horse has been cutting back after 3 straight 7-furlong races to 6 furlongs, but another horse that needs to step it up a little bit in class.
Fortune's Fool is at 2-1. I ride Ortiz Jr. for Jimmy Toner.
Is this Son of Arch the speed of the speed? We'll see what happens when I ride Ortiz Jr. The first time he rode her, he rode him to a second place finish.
And those West Point colors we know so well. On sneakiness here, Son of Into Mischief for Tony Dutrow.
Hasn't been seen since October as well, but has been working great in the morning.
So we're 4 minutes to post here in the 4th. 23,000 plus in the pick 6 pool. We got a little tweet from our own Paula Duca. Happy Mother's Day to every mother. You should read it.
Well, she was the best hitting coach I ever had. She watched us down from heaven. I never used to listen to my hitting coach. She used to be always way down the left field line, and I would never really would go to my hitting coach. I would come home and my mom would say, you know, your stance looked a little different. You're opening up your little shoulder a little bit different. And then she would make me get in the car and we'd go to the batting cage, and then she would correct what was going on.
Wow.
She was my hitting coach, definitely.
How old were you in that picture?
I had just signed, so that was like 1993. So I was 21 years old in that picture, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great eyebrows.
Oh, yeah, they were not man sculpted at that time.
That's a great shot right there. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there watching as well. My mom's watching. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Wonder if she's getting down in the pick 6. Let's see if the
Thanks
Mig
for that, guys in the truck. I appreciate that.
Mig can give any pointers here coming up as we get set for a start in the sequence. Mig, what do you got for us?
Greg, not a lot has changed for me from my impressions from the paddock. The 6-horse sneakiness. This really looks very revved up. He's almost like a coiled up spring ready to be released. Looked great going off with the pony. Threw in a couple of bucks just to kind of accentuate how good he's feeling. So I still like what I'm seeing from the 6 sneakiness, but I will say the 2 Lion Dance, he won me over with his gallop off. Now the track is in really good shape, and we're getting wet down here. I mean, it's raining. It's kind of raining a little bit sideways. I've got great assistance here by Harry Rice holding the umbrella for me while I talk to you guys, but we're still getting wet. Track's in great shape, though. They got it sealed tight. Horses are kind of getting over the top of the ground. And just watching the 2 Lion Dance move over it, he was really, really light on his feet. And I think that's important on a day like this. You don't want a horse bogging down too much, getting down into the ground too much. They got to kind of work harder to pull their feet up out of the mud. This horse really, for a big, good, solid horse, good-sized solid horse, I should say, really kind of floated over the ground. And I think he's going to really relish this going, at least from what I could see galloping over to the gate. It's always a little different when they're going faster, but boy, he was poetry in motion, Greg.
All right, well, that's good to hear. If you like the 2, Lion Dance, who is the 2-1 favorite on the board right now, be able to skip over this track. Some love it, some don't.
It's true. And we've seen...
Looks like he might.
We've seen 2 horses. We've seen We've seen one. There's Harry. Harry's like, I'm in no hurry. I got the umbrella. Richie's like, let me get underneath here. We've seen one horse go wire to wire on the rail. We've seen one horse come up the rail from behind, and we've seen one horse come from behind on the outside. So the track is playing fair. Again, they've done a great job, has the grounds crew, and both Andy and I do land on the 5 Fortunes Fool. We're just probably hoping that he clears his field and maybe can be the speed, but I think Richie could be right here. They're all going to try to hold off the 2. But again, I had this suspicion the 1's going to run, man. I'm telling you. I don't know why. I had a dream last night, I think.
Did you really?
I know.
Oh.
No, I'm just making it up for good
7-1 on the new face. I'm with the public. I like the 2 in here. I mean, he's faced just the Derby winner. Horse is going to be running in the Preakness, who was outstanding as a 2-year-old. He just missed a signal.
He's ran against some horses. Yeah, you're
so
right.
So off that form, he is the one to beat. But even the 4 is a little interesting here at 8-1, coming out of that stakes race and shortening up in distance a little bit.
Okay.
It's an interesting race coming up. Here it starts to pick 6. The favorite, though, is the 2. That's Lion Dance making his 3-year-old debut for Jimmy Jerkins. Let's go upstairs to the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown for the call, Larry Colmus.
Wartuxen has moved into line. Here comes Fortune's Fool. And last up will be Sneakiness to the outside stall. Fortune's Fool just a little reluctant here at 2-1. Goes in. Here's Sneakiness. And they're all in line. They're off. Montatham was slow to begin. Lon Twist had the best beginning and goes out to the front. Fortune's Fool, Wartuxen, and Sneakiness are in hot pursuit. Lion Dance and Montatham at the back. So they race for the far turn with Lon Twist in front. Out of the gate, sharply under Pablo Fregoso, the leader as they move into the far turn. Fortune's Fool a half length behind. Sneakiness is third on the outside. Wartuxen fourth along the rail. Lion Dance picks up stride from fifth after a 22.59 quarter and is 4 from the front and moving up. Montatham is 4.5 lengths off of them. Around the far turn. Lon Twist on the inside. Fortune's Fool. Sneakiness out there 3 wide. Wartuxen behind them, and Lion Dance continues to make steady progress while getting a wide trip coming toward the top of the stretch. Fortune's Fool and Sneakiness are now 1-2. On the far outside, Lion Dance trying to get going down the center of the track. Wartuxen fourth in behind them. 46.26 the half. And now Fortune's Fool and Lion Dance kick away. Fortune's Fool holding off Lion Dance for now. And then it's Sneakiness on the outside and Wartuxen. It's Fortune's Fool. Fortune's Fool and Arad Ortiz coming home a winner. Lion Dance was second, Sneakiness third, and then Wartuxen.
Fortune's Fool, Jimmy Toner, Irad Ortiz Jr., the victory. Lion Dance, he had to go awfully wide.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, he sort of like lugged out or he slipped around the turn. It was very, very weird. The 3 Lon Twists got to the front end, and no panic with Irad Ortiz Jr. He rated Fortune's Fool like he did in his first start. Now he goes by. Now watch the 2 here. I don't know if he peels out a little bit. Like he sort of ducks out right there, and then he starts spinning his wheels a tiny bit. I don't know if he's lugging out. You can see that the rider, Castellano, is trying to really flag him right-handed so he doesn't really start lugging out. But right here, though, Greg, he's fine. He's straight, and he's going forward. But then the 5 just starts digging in with the left hand from Irad, and now the 2 starts to flatten out. And you can see as soon as Javier hit the horse left-handed, the 2, he went towards the outside. He's still got a lot of greenness, the 2, and a lot to learn. So he's going to get better and better. Sneakiness just sort of ran the same race as he did last time, just third or fourth around the racetrack.
Well, it was his first start back, Lion Dance, of his 3-year-old campaign, so we'll see if he moves forward off this. He should, but nice effort from Fortune's Fool, wins at 5-2. Another favorite defeated in the pick 5.
Yeah, and it's a horse that was 5-2 on the line, but like you were saying, the 2 was bet. I think this horse was second choice in the pick 3s, and now you're looking for a pick 5 that's going to be okay. You got a nice horse in race number 1. Mike Luzzy got the 1 horse home at 12-1 in the morning line, down to 8-1. You beat the favorite in the last race. That was 3-5, and now you got Fortune's Fool. You're alive for a nice score, and hopefully you got a lot of coverage in race 5.
Well, in race 5 also, as we take a look there at Irad Ortiz Jr., adjusting those goggles, Starts off the Nyra Bets Late Pick 5.
Yes, it
that
does.
sequence coming up that includes our feature race, the Gold Fever, with Much Better for Bob Baffert, and the rematch with Call Paul from their Bayshore meeting back in early April.
There's a horse in the next race I like. You know what his name is?
Who?
Stink, man.
For Linda Rice, Jose Lizcano. Yeah, you legitimately like him, though.
I do like that
Okay.
horse a little bit. That's a great name.
Who named that horse? That's funny.
No, right? I'd like
Fortune's-
to know the back.
There's got to be a story.
Yeah, a story to that, yeah.
Fortune's Fool, 5-2, gets the win. 5-2, 6-4 finish is Irad Ortiz Jr. with the dismount there. We saw a Mother's Day tweet from Paul. It was so touching. So is Andy Serling's Heart of Gold. Mother's Day picks for Belmont have been updated. For scratches are posted.
That is like having your blinkers on right there. That's putting the blinkers on for your life.
What a sweet tweet.
It is. It's a sweet tweet.
Fortune's
Everybody out there
Fool.
on Mother's Day, make sure you have your scratches right.
Racing's on his mind always. $7 for the win on Fortune's Fool. Congratulations to Burning Daylight Farms. This is the son of Arch out of a 5-star daymare.
Yeah.
Fortune
Wow.
play.
5-star day goes way back to Stormcat, and he's been a precocious. He was a precocious sire when he was a sire, and wow, it's good to see that line still going on.
He was a very sharp runner.
Yeah, he was. No, I'm sorry, Carson City. My bad.
We are going to take a timeout, and of course, the Nyra Bets Late Pick 5, as I mentioned, that is coming up in race number 5. I'm going to step off for a little bit here. Maggie Wolfendale going to take over from me on set for a bit. Quick look, though, at the race that will kick off the Nyra Bets Late Pick 5 sequence. 7 furlongs. New York bred $40,000 claiming race in Rally Cap right now. The favorites, Ray Handel, Manny Franco.
You just showing me some old video of you ball and basketball-wise back in high school. Did you ever put on a rally cap?
Oh, no question.
Always.
No
Always put on
question.
the rally cap, right?
Would you guys do it at the pro level?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you do the rally cap where you flip it up, or sometimes you do the rally cap where you put it in the back. I always like just, you know, old school, just doing the back. When they started doing all the cups and all the crazy stuff, it's not a rally cap. Now you're just making a clown of yourself.
Not a rally monkey guy. That was an Angels thing.
Yeah, won them a World Series.
Nyra Bets Late Pick 5. It's next. Maggie Wolfendale stepping in for me after a break.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Nyra Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Nyra Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Nyra Bets app or visit NyraBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NyraBets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, champion sprinter, race medication free, and is standing in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. The historically storied stall number 1. Also, Secretariat. He looks good out there, man. I can't wait to see these babies as he is selling and has yearlings on the ground as of now. Now you're taking a look at race number 4. It was the 3rd time starting number 5, Fortune's Fool, who, Paul, he had some early speed to begin with, and he just kicked clear away from this field. Yes, number 2, Lion Dance, coming off the bench, I thought ran a credible race.
Yeah, he really did. And, you know, when Irad went left-handed, he sort of turned the 2 away. The 2 spun his wheels around the turn, and then he just got a tiny bit tired late. Yep. He got green a little bit late. He's going to be better, but there's no doubt about the winner. Got the job done. Son of Arch out of the 5-star Daymare, Fortune play. Now 1 for 3 lifetime. And again, if you have that pick 3, I know it says $107. It's going to play a lot bigger than that when it comes to the pick 5 because you got 2 tough horses in the first 2 legs.
Yeah, and that pick 5 starting off here in race number 5, Naira Betts late pick 5. As we take a look at the field for this New York bred Claimer, 40,000 for the 3-year-old, 7 furlongs in here. And we see your current 2-to-1 favorite in number 5, Rally Cap, as he does take a drop in class, albeit.
Yeah, he does, and he comes in with the bullet work, but that was before his last race, and he will be the horse to catch. We'll see if being on the front end is going to be the place to be, and I know the drops might help him, but I like Stinkman. Yeah, there's a horse called Stinkman in this race, yes.
There's also a Mrs. Stinkman as well.
Oh my
Did you know that? The same connections. This one also obviously claimed from Nice Guy Stable, but must be some inside joke with Nice Guy Stable. I would love to know it. But one that actually was named by, I believe, a pastor or something of E5 Thoroughbreds, Bob Edwards, Rushing Fall. So he was named for a name that one of the his pastor made up for her. Anyway, she's back in action here as she's coming off her 4th stakes win at Keeneland in the Jenny Wiley. She's working here with Rimska. She is the white-faced horse on the inside, going pretty nicely, Paul, covering the 4 furlongs in 50 and 3.
Well, I mean, you could tell me more than this, Maggie. You know this more than me. I mean, she's doing this pretty easily, and like, you know, it's crazy how Chad works these horses on the inside, yet they don't really run on the inside. They come from way out of it, you know what I mean?
They do. I mean, she is one that is, you know, fairly in the bridle in this work here, but as you said, she likes to come from off it. I think Chad, you know, he works his horses usually on the slower side compared to other trainers. A lot of them, they all go 49 and change on the bridle. He likes all of them to go on the bridle, but boy, is she having fun out there. Ears pricked nearly the whole time. As she is one, though, that does lay closer to the pace here. As you kind of mentioned, a little untypical of Chad Brown runners, but boy, was it good to see her back at the races and in the winner's circle.
It really was. You could see everybody trying at her. 4 jumps to the inside, the 7 dumped to the outside, but she saw both of them. She turned them both away. She showed turn a foot, and the thing about Chad's horses, they're always going to have finish towards the end. And you're right, she's a little bit different of a Chad type of horse that she'll lay 3rd or 4th. She doesn't lay so far back. But even if she does lay far back, she's still going to come home with that kick. So that's what makes it interesting to me. He works him fast in the morning, but then he saves it for him for the afternoon to save it for the end of the race.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it looks as though she will be nominated to the Just a Game, which is on Belmont Stakes weekend. Looking forward to her, and also heard that Newspaper Record is looking for a race on the 6th of June in the Wonder Again. As we are about to take a break here on America's Day at the Races, Country House. Well, he was your Kentucky Derby champion, but he was also a champion for the troops. We'll find out more as he had an impact on these soldiers' lives.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Kentucky Derby Day. I'm Jonathan Kinch. I'm the 2015 NAC Tour champion, also a co-host of the In the Money Players podcast. This is my 11th Kentucky Derby in a row. Everyone is awesome. I'm super excited about it, and I'm looking forward to this one. I love Improbable in the Derby, and hopefully we can get him home. Here with this 4. Hi-ya! 10-1 winner. That's a nice start to the pick 6. Yikes. I worked with Davis Webb's father for like 6 years. You coached? I did, yeah. And he was also my high school teacher. Thank you, my love. I'm gonna probably cry during my Old Kentucky home, so I'm gonna need you to turn that camera off.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby. Maximum security.
Improbable's fine.
Well, Belmont Park looking a lot like Churchill did last Saturday on this sloppy, wet day, Paul. And Jonathan Kinchin, wow, that was a lot of fun following him around the Kentucky Derby, and he was always great to work with this winter and last summer up at Saratoga.
Yeah, he actually was alive in the pick 6. You got to check that out. It's actually a very, very good video on ABR, and you need one of the Baffert runners, and he was screaming his head off. But he's a very good handicapper, yes. And he takes you around Churchill Downs and gives you a good look at everybody. And Baker Mayfield, pretty crazy that him and Baker Mayfield, they had like the same teacher at one time. That's what he was talking to Baker about.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah.
And you can catch the rest of that video at abr.net. Well, something else you can catch on ABR as well that we have coming up for you is a sponsorship that sent Jet and represented Homes for Our Troops in Country House. And when Country House won the Derby, all the troops that were benefited by this charity, they got to hang out with him, they got to take their picture with him, and it really brought attention to this great cause, which is Homes for Our Troops.
Homes for Our Troops is an organization that builds houses, especially adapted houses for critically wounded veterans.
Yeah, my wife Allison and I have been partnered with Homes for Our Troops for 10 years now, and this will be our 10th season of doing Swings for Soldiers, our golf event we do every year. So we've done 9 different families now. Matt's having his home built in 2020, right?
That's right, yes.
But just having a great day here today with some of the vets that have come through our program with Swings for Soldiers and just Homes for Our Troops, the whole across the country making a difference for wounded vets, helping them regain independence inside their own home and transitioning back into society here in America and trying to take care of them and give them a little bit of a head start. Guys that have sacrificed so much for us, and now we're wanting to give something back to them that can be a life-changing positive moment for them. So it's been an awesome joy for us, for sure.
Now, they chose, Paul, to be represented by 2 horses based on their names. Obviously Country House and Omaha Beach, who unfortunately scratched. They had the favorite going in a couple days before, and then they were left with a long shot. Go figure, he was the one who eventually won the Derby.
And so many things that go around this Derby that are so crazy to me, that Luis Saez broke his maiden on Country House. He ends up on maximum security. All this happens. I mean, Tyler Gaffalione, if a lot of people don't really know, worked Sarah Genty Empress, who ends the Kentucky Oaks, doesn't get that mount. Like, so much stuff went on that weekend. I'm still trying to figure out what the heck happened.
We were all scratching our heads, that's for sure. A lot of
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah, that's always a good cause that everyone can get behind. As you actually prepared a Pick 5 ticket that we're trying to get behind as well.
Yeah, you know, even though it's a muddy day, kudos to everybody that stayed in. There wasn't that many scratches. So I went 4 or 5 here, Stinkman. You have to use Rally Cap. I thought the next race was tough. 2, 10, 14, 15, 16. I'm going to try to get a price. 1, 2, 4. I'm going to single. Much better. I'm a little bit worried about Call Paul with the blinkers on. Might run a better race. But listen, they got to beat Baffert. The 16 in the last race is going to be tough. Red Zinger. I do think Pierre 40 has got a shot in there. I know 0 for 10. I get 4 seconds. But sometimes on the slop, they run to form more than they do regularly on the regular stuff. So the 16 might be a tough horse to beat in the last. If you think it's not that tough, then punch the all button, and maybe you can get lucky like you did the other day with the Eddie Barker horse.
I just want to know how you went against Call Paul.
I know, right? You know, the other thing is I never try to bet with my heart. I will put anything with Bella in because it's my daughter's name.
Yeah.
I'll throw that in. But myself, maybe I just don't like myself.
No, we like you, Paul. Oh, man. No, we're all a little bit self-loathing when it comes to that stuff.
Right?
But let's delve into race number 5 here. Obviously, the 7 furlongs. Does it hinder the chances of your current favorite in here, Rally Cap?
That's a good question because there's the thing about Rally Cap. Rally Cap's probably going to have the lead. Now, he's broken bad a couple times, but if he breaks on top, he should have the lead. Now, can he get to the lead in here? Now, here's Stinkman, and he was in the same spot, sort of, and he started getting a little funky action.
I agree. I don't know what happened last time. It was a strange performance by him, I thought. I liked him in the paddock that day. I thought he'd run well, and then all of a sudden, things just went awry. He was uncomfortable. I don't know, and it's not usually typical that you see a Linda Rice horse kind of, especially first off the clean, perform this way, but he just was uncomfortable in between horses.
Yeah, you can see he's the 4, but he's all the way at the end right now. He's backing out of the screen. As you can see, the 3 starting to go on with it. I don't know if he hit the rail or he saw something on the inside, but he was saying, I'm done running here. Now, Rally Cap goes on with it, and here comes Bronx Bomber, here comes some other ones, and he fights on. My worry is this is what he's done 4 straight times. So have we seen this movie now?
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my thoughts behind him as well. Now, I do think he's faced possibly somewhat better fields in the past, talking about Rally Cap, and the thing with Stinkman is that maybe Linda can get him back on track. And he did run a fast figure first time out.
Yes, he did.
But the horses behind him in that race, I just don't know if you can trust.
They were not good. You're right. And, that's probably why at the maiden 30,000, and the horse was favored first time out because there was not much in there. And if you go to the rest of this field, so who else can you go to in here? There's a lot. I mean, because there's some horse in here that can improve a lot. If Rally Cap does not run, you have the one in here, Jack Bow, newly claimed horse that has shown speed before and is backing up from 7 furlongs or has ran to 7 furlongs in a mile, and we're worried about other horses that are going 7 furlongs in here.
Now, Paul, we'll be checking in with Richie in just a moment here, and Jack Bow was a horse that last time, or in his 2 previous efforts for Brad Cox, wore an extension blinker, so completely covering that right eye. And a lot of times, or sometimes, you'll see new connections when they claim a horse, they take that off and they change things up. So I'm interested when we do talk to Richie if he is still wearing that somewhat severe piece of equipment, but it worked for him. At least it worked in that maiden breaking performance. So he's a bit of an interesting one, and he can be proficient at this kind of distance where you wonder, some of them, they get a little leg weary at the 7 furlongs. Turning back, do you give any kind of look at number 3, Shock Therapy? We saw that great feature on Charlie Baker earlier on in the program.
Well, you have to. Charlie right now is firing on all cylinders, and the race 2 back probably puts this horse somewhere in the mix. The interesting horse to me is the 2, Dark Money. Why would Chris Engelhardt debut this horse in a $150,000 race? Then all of a sudden, James Ryerson claims this horse. This horse puts it all together, and look who's riding Jose Ortiz today. The 2 to me at 9-1 could be the dangerous one.
He's my dark horse. I just worry about the field he beat, but he beat him the right kind of way by 7+ lengths. As we will check in with Richie. Mig, what do you have down there for us? Can you decipher between the 2 3-1 shots in the paddock?
Well, it's interesting, and I was having a hard time getting a handle on this race, so I just went directly to the source. I asked Linda Rice about the 4 Stinkman, and I saw what you guys saw last time, him climbing. You're kind of resenting the kickback, it appeared to me. Linda agreed with that assessment. She feels like he can be closer to the pace. She feels like the mud is a positive. He's got kind of a smaller hoof, and she thinks he'll get through it fine. But she agreed he has to avoid maybe getting in an uncomfortable position where he gets to climbing and kind of loses his action like he did last time. Asked Ray Handel about the 5 Rally Cap, how he thinks the mud will affect him. And he says he really doesn't know. He has no idea, really hasn't trained that much in it, but feels like he's a horse that shows up, tries every time. Last time kind of battled and just wilted a little bit late, but he's hoping he can get a little bit more comfortable. And as far as the 1 horse, Jack Bow, he does have full cup blinkers, but with holes in him. He did remove that extension blinker on the outside, so he does have the holes, so it doesn't hinder his peripheral vision so much. He can see horses coming from behind him, but he does not have that extension blinker, Maggie. It's kind of an interesting race, and I think it's really going to come down to who handles the mud and who gets the right trip.
Meg, thank you. And yes, as we see those blinkers and cotton in the ears for number 1, Jack
Is that
Bow.
a good sign, Max?
I like the fact that he's being quiet. I think he's a horse that you kind of don't want to get him too revved up before his races. Keep him even keel, keep him quiet. Now, Bob Caceres, going back to the early 90s, in that era, the 80s as well, he was one of the leading trainers in the country.
Yeah.
Now, he took a long hiatus. He was a jocks agent. He was a jocks agent for Rosie Napravnik when I first met him, and now he's back into training. He has horses stabled here at Belmont Park, looking to kind of get back in his groove, I feel, but I think he's a guy that we're going to see start heating up. It seems as though he's been claiming more horses as well.
Yeah, this horse got better too as they put blinkers on him. And another option is we've seen these Central Bankers run on the turf, and this is a Freud mare, so I would think if they could get another win here, they could find a race on the turf for this gelding pretty soon.
I have a special place in my heart for the dam of Jack Bow and Good Habits. She was a former John Hurtler horse who I loved in the paddock, and she was 60-1. One of my biggest give outs is when I first started. So, but I agree with you. There's every reason that this horse could appreciate the sloppy going. Well, as always, sign up for your NYRA Bets account. Use promo code LIVE. Get that $200 sign-up bonus for new members. Check out NYRABets.com. And if you want to play this NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 and you're not the state of New York, well, you need to sign up for NYRA Bets as we kick things off here in race number 5. Sloppy track for the 7 furlongs. Number 1 is Jack Bow. Gets Irad Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, this one for Woodland Farms, and we talked about the pedigree, and I'm wondering if Irad's going to rate her, if he's going to try to go towards the front. 6-1, not a bad price.
Number 2 is Dark Money. Jimmy Ryerson will send this one off the back of a win.
You talked about it. Beat a bad field, but beat him very, very nicely. So, with a little bit of improvement, could be right there.
Turn back for number 3, Shock Therapy, Regime Mirage.
Yeah, good race last time out. And you talk about the cutback. When a lot of horses here are worried about the 7 furlongs, this one shouldn't.
Stinkman will team up with Jose Lescano and Linda Rice.
Yeah, confusing race last time. Just back through the field. I'm sure Linda's going to want him to at least be outside and not get any kickback.
Zilla Racing Stables Rally Cat will team up with Manny Franco.
And I would think this one's the one to catch, this gelding. Look for him to be up front and try to go all the way.
The blinkers do go on. Number 6 in here, Strap Hanger, Dylan Davis rides.
An interesting horse, too, because when you claim for Linda Rice and then you throw into a tougher spot, now back in for 40, and like we were saying, Eddie's been hot, too.
Blinkers coming off. Number 7, DMC for Bruce Brown.
This horse, with the blinkers off, didn't run bad last 2 starts, 2 second-place finishes.
And number 8, Poker Game will go first off the claim for trainer Mark Cantamasi.
Yeah, getting money too, right? And been working pretty slow, especially getting blinkers. So maybe there's something here, and it's 7-1.
Number 8 is Ventus, another horse, not off the claim, but off the trainer change to Joe Parker.
Well, the first 3 starts were on a sloppy racetrack, and they were 46, 49, and 14-1. I know they're against Spade and Special Weight, but he's going to have to improve.
Did not seem to like the off-going, which he'll have to overcome here today. Now we'll take a look at number 2. That is Dark Money, as he is behind the stable gate. That's where you come into the races, the starting gate. That's where the horses leave for the races. But Dark Money, we'll see if he can go two for two here for Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, and the last race was so good. And I wonder what Jose's doing. This horse is feeling his oats. He's feeling good. He's feeling a little hobby horse. Like maybe Jose wanted to show him, hey, buddy, here's his starting gear. We're going to get going here pretty soon in a couple of minutes. But he looks like he's doing okay, prancing around the
looks like he's handling
the
the sloppy going, so that's good. So do we see anybody else in here at a price, Paul, that we could take a look at?
Yeah, when you look at the 8 poker game, you're wondering, okay, why? And you're wondering, okay, look at the 2 races on a sloppy racetrack, or at least some moisture in the racetrack. 11 horse field right there. 10 or 8 horse field right there. One time a winner, one time loser. Gets claimed by a heady little trainer, puts blinkers on. You get Louis Reyes aboard. The horse is getting bad. I have a feeling the 8's a sneaky little horse here.
I am totally with you, especially going off the claim for these connections. I mean, he does well off the claim. He's hitting about 22%. And same thing when you stick that first-time blinkers on, hitting right at 22% as well. So Mercan Cantermasi had a great winter here in the New York area. And I got to say, Paul, for a guy who just kind of came in from out of nowhere, I think he was training at Parks before, his horses always look fantastic. They're always well turned out. They carry great weight, and I think it's deserved the success that he has had. We'll see how Poker Game does for new owner Robert Amendolas. We'll check in with Richard Migliori one more time.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And the horse that I keep drawing my attention to is the 7 DMC. This horse is really well turned out. Now, I've been fooled before because Bruce Brown's horses tend to be very well turned out, and I've seen them look great and not perform to their looks, but I would be remiss not to mention him. He really just had a great look to him. He's taking some money down to 6-1 right now, and as good as he looks, if he can run to his looks, and we know it's not a beauty contest, Maggie, but this horse really made an outstanding impression on the racetrack as well as in the paddock. And, of course, the 4, Stinkman, again, if he can get the right kind of trip, put himself in a position where he's not getting too much kickback, he looked like he got over the ground well on the way to the starting gate at least, Maggie.
Is included in Paul's late pick 5 ticket along with number 5 Rally Cap as they are loading in here. Paul, DMC, I'd like him, and I know what Richie's talking about because he is a good-looking horse. It's that first race that bothers me, and Eddie Barker said he can run, and he ran deplorably on a sloppy track.
Yeah, he was 7-1. He was bet that day, and he did. He just didn't pick up his feet at all. Sometimes you can maybe forgive him because it was his first start, and maybe he's matured a little bit more. We'll see today. Rally Cap, tepid favorite at 5-2.
All right, we'll see if he can pull this off. Rally Cap and rally in the lane as we'll send it up to Larry Colmus for the call of race number 5.
And the next horse to step forward will be Stinkman, followed by Poker Game. Stinkman and Poker Game and Ventus are the last 3 to come forward into line here. And just waiting for Ventus now to take the outside stall and complete the field here. 7-5 on Rally Cap. The odds have dropped on that one as Ventus is led to the outside stall under Joey Martinez to complete the field. Ventus just a bit reluctant too. Now goes in. They're all in line. They're off. Rally Cap out for the lead. Strap Hanger on the outside came out running in second, and then it's Jack Bow to the inside, followed by Stinkman and DMC. Farther out are Ventus and Poker Game, and then the trailers Dark Money and Shock Therapy. Up the backstretch, Rally Cap, quick out of the gate, leads the way a length and a half. Strap Hanger on the outside, second. Jack Bow is third, 22.58 that first quarter mile. Ventus is fourth and 4 from the front, and then it's Dark Money on the inside. They're being followed by Poker Game and Stinkman down toward the rail as DMC drops back and Shock Therapy trails. Rally Cap leads the field around the far turn. It's a 2-length advantage. Jack Bow rides the rail in second. Ventus is third on the outside. And then a break of another 2 lengths back to Strap Hanger after a 45.97 half mile. And they're coming toward the top of the stretch where Rally Cap has moved off to a 4-length lead on Ventus. Jack Bow is third. Dark Money is taken fourth on the inside. And they're into the stretch, and it's Rally Cap. Rally Cap by 4 as they arrive at the 8th pole. Ventus is second and wandering to the inside. From the back of the pack, Shock Therapy has made progress. It is now taken third in the center, but it's all Rally Cap. Rally Cap and Manny Franco, and they've got it won. Down to the line, all alone in the slop. Rally Cap won it by 6 lengths over Ventus, and then it was Shock Therapy, and Stinkman was fourth.
Well, Ray Handel, I think Rally Cap does like a sloppy track, as he easily handled this field here, Paul.
Pretty good time. You know, 124 is not bad over this racetrack. And again, I said this before, we've seen 2 wire-to-wire horses. We've seen 2 horses come from off the pace. The racetrack is playing fair. Best horse won the race right out of the gate, went right to the front end. Jockey Manuel Franco was not messing around. 22, 44. The 4, look at the 4, Stinkman on the inside there in about 5th. He runs in so many different spots. He's going to be a nice little horse when he can get rid of his greenness a little bit. Give some credit to the 9 here, Ventus. Had a big price for Joey Parker. Ran on nicely here for a nice little second. You're going to see Shock Therapy way out in the center of the racetrack, but Rally Cap did need a Rally Cap today. He crushed this field.
He absolutely did. I'm sure we'll see a big winner's circle celebration. As Zilla Racing Stables, they have a lot of partners.
Yes,
we'll see how many brave the weather here today, though, as 3-2 Rally Cap does go off. A considerable favorite. Look at the disparity at post time between the 5 and the 4.
You're right, because Stinkman and him were both at 5-2, and then boom, Rally Cap got hit very, very late in this sequence. And you know, this horse might play a little bit bigger to start your late pick 5 because a lot of people don't really love the single to start. They like that little bit of security. They like the single at the end. So the 16 might play a lot bigger, and so will the Baffert horse. But listen, it's a start. It's a winner, and hopefully you didn't have to go too far.
Whoa! Raymond sporting the glasses.
Wow.
He's very GQ, I'd say.
He's very dapper. Now he's going for the librarian look. I see the way. I see the way he's going there, Maggie.
Trying to fool us into thinking we're smarter than he actually. No, Ray is wonderful. But anyway, the son of Gradar and out of the Macho Unimare, Donnie Macho takes today's 5th race to kick off the late pick 5 as, well, the Gold Fever Stakes. It's still yet to come here on the card. It's race number 8, and we'll see a heavy favorite in Much Better. Look at him. He's one of those tongue horses. I love horses like that, as he's been in the barn of John Terranova, but we'll go out for Bob Baffert. Stay tuned to America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor's Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
One of the most iconic farms in the game, Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well as being good sponsors of our show here, America's Day at the Races. Welcome back. Race number 5 in the books, as we will send it down to Richard Migliore, who's standing by with the quote-unquote best-looking trainer in the game, Ray Handel.
Thanks, Maggie. And we'll get to Ray's attire after we talk about the horses. Rally Cap, certainly very impressive here, Ray. Were you concerned at all when he posted such a fast half-mile, 44 and change?
The half mile, yeah, I would say the first quarter I was a little concerned when he went 22 and 2. I thought, you know, going 7/8 with the horse that's kind of backed up a little bit in the sprints. You know, at the half, I kind of felt a bit more confident because I saw he was traveling so easy and everybody was starting to have to work a little bit more. So even though it was quick, he was doing it effortlessly. And, you know, when everybody started kind of going up and down and scrubbing, and he's still in hand, I felt a lot better about him.
That certainly goes under the heading. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. He was doing it well. Now, Ray, you've been training a little over 4 years. You're up to 35 horses, so things are going really well for you.
Yeah, you know, we've been really fortunate. You know, we've shown that we can win at a high level, claiming horses, buying horses at the sales, and producing at a high level on the biggest stage, which is here in New York.
Now, this horse, unfortunately, was claimed away from you. How do you feel about that?
You know, it's a little bittersweet. Obviously, we got the W today, but this is the spot that he belonged in, and, you know, we're here to win races. And at the end of the day, we bought him for $60,000. We, you know, broke his maiden, had a little fun with him, and, you know, with the big purse here, it's a New York bred 40. It's very enticing, and with $60,000 purse, we all make some money and get a W. And, you know, I wish the new connections all the best.
Well, now we'll get to your attire. Maggie said you look like you're coming off for a cover of GQ. Nice glasses, love the boots. Yeah, you really are styling. Is this a concerted effort before you leave the house and come to the races?
This is my rain gear, my fresh new trench. I'm surprised Maggie likes my boots. She's knocked them on air like 3 or 4 times, so I'm glad she's had a change of heart.
Well, you always look good in the winner's circle. Maggie, he does look good, doesn't he?
I have to admit, he looks good. I used to make fun of him. I used to work with Ray in the mornings, and he would gallop in those boots, and that's when I picked on him with those boots, Holly.
She's on Amazon right now, getting herself a pair. But yeah, Ray's a good guy. And you know what it is, too, is like a lot of guys get pigeonholed into one thing. He can train a turf horse, too, with the best of them. So congratulations to Rally Cap. He loses him today, but he gets the W, like he said. Son of Great R out of the Macho Uno mare, Donnie Macho, 2 for 7 lifetime. That early pick 5. Wow. 4,400.
Yeah, that's impressive. And this one kicking off, obviously, the late pick 5 as well. And Rally Cap, you know, he's a horse that had already made his $60,000 purchase price heading into today. So Connections getting out on top, yes. I would say, is race number 6, which will kick off the late pick 4 here at Belmont Park, is off the turf. But we didn't see too many come out of it. Paul and I will get back to that race in just a bit, as the 14 Shamrock Kid, another Zilla horse, is the current favorite. Global Campaign here, Paul. This horse was really impressive. He came back off of a layoff. You know, they were intended to run in the Pat Day Mile. They didn't draw in. So they regrouped and came here, and he delivered, going 1 1/8 miles, which I wondered if that was beyond him.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, his tactical speed just helped him out so much. And your Intrepid Heart had an unfortunate beginning, your favorite for Todd Pletcher, but he was not beating Global Campaign yesterday. They were well clear. But like I said, his tactical speed that he had was able to put him close. I like the way he lowers himself down a little bit, and I'm wondering if he wants to go farther. Excuse me. The question was coming in, like you said, does he? And watching this replay, he doesn't move left, right. He stays to his task. I wonder if he wants to go farther. I
know. After this performance, I thought the same thing, as he had returned a 101 Beyer speed figure. And we'll see, does Stanley Huff think he can go 1.5 miles of the Belmont?
We missed a couple weeks with him. We had planned to run him Derby Day and didn't get in. So we were lucky that we nominated for this race and had a backup.
Now, I mean, with that dominant performance, do you head towards the Belmont at 1.5 miles?
Well, we wouldn't rule out anything, you know, but we were trying to get past today. Yeah. So, and he has a habit of, you know, either grabbing a quarter or doing something. So he's maturing a lot. So everything's on the table.
And it was so good to catch up with Stan Huff. When I first came here, Paul, he was training. He had a lot of success. And then he took this 6.5-year hiatus from training, but working with Sagamore Farm. And now he's back on the roster as the trainer. So it was great to see him back in the winner's circle.
No, you got to take this horse seriously. I really feel you do, because here's the thing about Stanley Huff. He is a very conservative trainer, number one. He's not ruled out the Belmont. Now he keeps saying the horse may grab a quarter. If the horse doesn't grab a quarter, he's going to run in the Belmont. He missed a couple weeks in training, still won the Peter Pan. So this horse has had 3 different setbacks and is still winning. Now, if he doesn't have a setback going to the Belmont, is he going to be dangerous with a sort of, what's going to happen in the Preakness and who's going to be in the Belmont? He could be a very interesting horse.
Or do they turn back in distance to the Woody Stevens? Maybe they do that, or the Dwyer, if he does come out of that race with some conditions. He did walking away. It looked as though another horse actually grabbed his quarter behind. So hopefully that heals for him, and he is back on Belmont Stakes weekend. As we'll check out the Vagrancy, the Ohio bred. Heaven has my Nikki. She finally got her first graded stakes here for trainer Bob Hess and owner Ron Palucci.
Yeah, great story here. This one named after Ron Palucci, after his late daughter, and she's going to be able to hold on. And like you said, an Ohio bred winning this kind of race for Ron Palucci. We talk about him all the time. He takes shots in giant races at crazy prices, and people think he's a nut job, and he is a little nutty, but you got to like Ron. He's a great time, and this is her first career stakes win, and a lot of meaning behind it.
Yeah, and the Breeders' Cup denying him last year, or 2 years ago, of her running in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile having never started. So she has proven him right as a very talented filly, improves her record to 7 for 14 lifetime. As we saw a horse making her stateside debut yesterday in the Beaugay off of a layoff, Homerique, one of 2 Chad Brown horses in here, as we'll see his other horse, Competition of Ideas, on the rail in the Klaravich colors. But Homerique, what can you say about her?
Yeah, she's scary. I mean, she had great credentials coming in, Maggie, and this might not be even her best distance. She wants to even go farther. You can see right there, she starts kicking in. Her stablemate started running with her here, but I have a feeling if they kept going, the 5 would just keep going away. Although the 3 was running with her. This is a French filly that has an unbelievable future. And listen, when you got Chad Brown in your corner, the first 2 finishers, I think you're going to be just fine.
Yes, that is true. And it looks as though the 1.5-mile New York Belmont Stakes weekend is on the cards for both of them, as the Run Happy Stakes for Firenze Fire keeps his perfect record here at Belmont Park. This time turning back. He's usually more proficient at the mile, but second off of a layoff, he was impressive to me.
Well, he looked like the old Firenze Fire. Maybe that last race, something happened that we don't know. He just said, yeah, I'm just going to throw in a little bit of a clunker. And Jason Cervus says, you know what, let's get him back on track. And boy, does he love Belmont. And just look at him stride out with his ears pricked, looking for even more of a command. And wow.
Perfect record headed to the Met Mile with Matoli, McKinsey, and Colefront for Firenze Fire as the Man o' War Grade 1. Taking a look at Channel Maker, 106 buyer for this effort, and Belmont's second victory in the Man o' War.
Yeah, he looked like me running the third base on a triple way back in the day, about right now as he's going to hit the front end, because watch his head start going up high. He's like, oh, I'm in front, wire, please. His head starts bobbing up and down, but he has to be timed perfectly. He's a 2-time Grade 1 winner and a great ride by Joel Rosario.
And a big price. He returned $15.60, and Arklow close fast at closing second. And he looks as though he might be heading to the Manhattan as well. We'll see where Channel Maker ends up next too. And happy Mother's Day to all my fellow mothers out there in Twitterland and at all the racetracks. My mom and my daughter Grace, gosh, they're quite a duo. Pleased to have my mom watching Grace on this Mother's Day.
At least you didn't tweet out scratches. Good job.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
In the morning, I'm always looking for talent. With Always Dreaming, it was always about his athleticism. He's like a halfback. When he hit that hole, he exploded and hit another gear. In my experience, horses like Always Dreaming, they stamp their offspring with that ability. I'm racing with Bruno, and this breeding season, I'm always dreaming.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you on this Sunday afternoon, and welcome to those just joining us on Fox Sports Prime Ticket and MSG Plus. You're joining us for the meat of our card coming up on this final day of the race week. Our 6th race, $30,000 claiming event. Coming up in our favorite right now, Shamrock Kid here, a main track only entrant on this sloppy sealed racetrack. We're off the turf all day long, and this horse certainly one of the key players now, or the key player with this race coming off. We're going to check in right now with Richard Migliori, the MIG, with more on this field for race 6. MIG.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It's pretty difficult conditions here. We're getting rained on pretty good. It's going sideways. We're doing our best to stay dry. Checking out these horses in the paddock. Certainly the 2-horse Rockin' Joe. Dennis Laumann is a guy who doesn't have a lot of horses. He tends to, have 1 or 2 at a time, and he owns them himself. And he really does a great job, a great caretaker, and I really like what I'm seeing from the 2, Rockin' Joe. He's a horse that possesses speed. I think you want speed on a day like this, try to avoid the kickback as much as possible, between the riders having to contend with mud and, changing goggles, and the reins are slippery. It's always easier when you're a little bit clear, and even the horses, their line of vision from the kickback. So I always like the speed horse on a muddy day, and I think the 2, Rockin' Joe, is going to show some good speed here, and he should, I think, lead them an awfully long way. And again, for a trainer that doesn't usually get a lot of kudos, if you will, he certainly does a good job with limited opportunities. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm going to keep an eye on him and certainly watch them as they gallop off as well, Greg.
All right, Meg, thank you. So you saw our late pick 4 coming up in this race, over $100,000 already in this pool. So Meg looking for speed on this kind of track. Joining me, of course, stepping back in from Maggie Wolfendale, Andy Serling with me as well, New York Racing Association handicapper, and, of course, our feature race a little bit later on this afternoon, where it looks like on the way this track's been playing this afternoon, does the Bob Baffert runner much better, look that much tougher?
Well, I don't think that speed's been a big advantage. I mean, we saw the first winner come from well back on the rail. Maybe they've just been sort of logical type horses forwardly placed, right? I mean, we saw the second race that was Wire, but he had a right to, and I wouldn't judge it. I mean, the last winner was 3-2, right? The race before that. So I don't know. I like Rockin' Joe, as Richie was talking about here, and Richie knows this. I'm a big fan of Dennis Laumann, the trainer, does well off the claim, and he should be forwardly placed. Whether or not it's speed, I don't really know yet.
Back to the feature, though. Call Paul gets another shot at much better. They, of course, faced off in the Bay Shore. His chances were compromised after that poor beginning out of the gate, and he just couldn't catch up to your eventual winner near Mind Control. He was a very talented runner, grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Richie was saying, and I agree, it's never bad. It's rarely bad to be forwardly placed, and in Much Better's case, he's just the controlling speed, and he also may have the advantage, Greg, and this is a big advantage of being the best horse.
That's always a good thing. Usually the best thing.
Yes.
Call Paul, though, as we take a look at Much Better, and, you know, Baffert, whenever he comes to New York, it's just unreal what he does.
He's left this horse here with the Terra Novas, though, because we have, without question, the best program for 3-year-old sprinters in New York, and Baffert realizes that.
Well, and this horse should have an absolute pace advantage in this spot. Numbers-wise, he just ran lights out in that. And, I mean, he went toe-to-toe with Mind Control all the way down the stretch until the very end.
Right. I mean, if Much Better wasn't in here and Mind Control was in here, he'd be a short price favorite, too. I do think Paul is a good horse. But, Greg, he doesn't get out of the gate. He started to have that problem. He breaks from the rail. I imagine the blinkers for Jason Services, hoping it helps him somehow get out of the gate better. We'll see if he does. He's going to need to. Let me ask you a question. What do you think of the new shooter, the horse who hasn't run now in over 7 months, Sambaye?
Well, he showed a ton of talent as a 2-year-old. We got to look at him last summer at Saratoga when he won the Grade 3 Sanford, but I'm intrigued to see him come back. Has that turf work coming back? I think they want to get him on the turf at some point with that pedigree, right?
Well, I don't know. You know, you never really know. The Limehouses, you don't see a lot of Limehouse mares out there, you know. I mean, listen, he showed enough promise. You're never going to run on the turf until you sort of usurped your opportunities on the dirt. And this race, people should realize, is a prep for the Woody Stevens, which is going to be run the Belmont card in just under 4 weeks, and that's now a Grade 1. So everybody wants to see if they belong there. Now, Bob knows Much Better belongs, and to a certain extent, Call Paul does. But Todd Pletcher wants to find out particularly if this horse could take a step forward for a race like that.
Yeah, the only really, I mean, and it wasn't all that bad, but the only race he didn't really show up and run his best was when he stretched him out in the Breeders' Futurity when he went a mile and a 16th. So he's shown a ton of talent. Excited to see him come back. Somebody in that feature race. You can bet that race, all the races we bring you each and every day by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app as well. Use that promo code LIVE, and you'll get a $200 bonus in your account. When you bet $200, you'll get that within the first 14 days of signing up. Here's another main track only entrant in this 6th race to kick off our pick 4. Obviously, the 14 we know is going to be tough in this spot, but next door, this 15 horse, 7-1 right now, and 'tis no bluff. Manny Franco will be aboard.
Well, maybe it'll be one of those cases where he's continuously burned money at short prices, and today he'll go off at a much better price and he'll get the money. But I got to tell you, I know he was coming off a substantial layoff, basically a 5-month layoff for this race, but he was 60 cents the dollar, and he just did not run well. He barely got second, and he's disappointed one short price after another, which is one of the reasons the Shamrock Kid's a little bit better than him. You know, I think so weirdo in here, and I do like the 2 Rockin' Joe. His trainer, Dennis Lalman, claims about 1 or 2 horses a year at most, and he's had an exceptional record over the years of improving these horses and doing well with them. And Rockin' Joe should have won 2 back when his rider sort of foolishly drifted off the rail and allowed the winner to come up the rail, and the rail was good that day. He's the controlling speed. We'll see. We'll see if he can get it done in this race. What about the 16 Danny California, Greg?
Yeah, I went back and forth with this horse. What do you do? I mean, the last couple starts have just been dreadful, but
barn change, maybe something that just helps wake him up.
How much is that going to make a change in here? Because, you know, not that long ago, I mean, 3 starts back, if he can run back to that, he's right in the mix.
Well, he finished 2 lengths ahead of a horse who's 8-5, and Shamrock Kid 3 back. Now, like you said, what the heck has happened to his form since then? It's completely dissipated. So he's a very hard horse to trust, but on the other hand, he's 6-1 right now, and if he ends up, and he's going to be a bigger price, so he's the kind of horse you can fool around with at a price, right?
Jose Ortiz aboard as well, always a good thing. There's Kendrick Carmouche. She is on. Shamrock Kid, our 8-5 current favorite, brings pace to the race, and we know Kendrick loves to be out in front, so this horse is going to be aggressive early on.
Yeah, he's going to have to run to get in front of Rockin' Joe, and I think Kendrick is going to realize that. And I don't, you know, you're riding the favorite, so when you're riding the favorite, I don't think Kendrick's saying to himself, I have to get the lead at all costs, right? Because if he gets himself into a vicious speed duel with Rockin' Joe and burns himself out, he'll get criticized. Whereas if he sits second to him and says, well, Rockin' Joe's a big price, you got to hope he comes back, we'll see. It's tricky. That's a tough spot. It's always better to be in a long shot when you're the speed like Kendrick, right?
Here's Rockin' Joe. And yeah, he's quick as well. Distant second last time out. That was at Aqueduct off the claim as we look at the 4 Scrutinize.
Scrutinize is a long shot, to say the least, based on his PPs.
Won't be missed, 16-1. This is Sam Camacho Jr. for James Ferraro.
I missed it.
17-1. Enough said. Fotis, another big price, 14-1.
Yeah, and a big price for a reason. His PPs don't give, keep in mind, he was entered like many to run the grass.
Did put it all together. Finally broke through in a race taken off the turf last time. 19-1 Ships and Goods, Bob Dunham.
You know what? You want a long shot to clunk up for 4th? He's in the mix.
Here is the 10. Luis Saez on Sport.
Trying the dirt for the first time in the rained-off race. Why not? He's had his chance in the turf. They'll give him one shot in the dirt.
Main track only, still the favorite, 8-5, Shamrock Kid.
Yeah, and he's a deserving favorite. Will be forwardly placed in a good position on this track, and he's got some good races, and he can handle a wet track.
Tis no bluff. Michelle Nevin, sounds like he didn't like that race that you're going to pass here.
I'm going to use him defensively with the 2-horse. I don't want to have the finish be 15-2, but, man, he's just running out of chances, Greg.
And Danny California, you're getting 6-1 here on a horse that, if 3 starts back, that race good enough to win here. The last 2, not close.
Right. Can he re-find his form off of the trainer change? If he can, he's got a real chance here.
So sloppy, sealed track this afternoon. We're off the turf, obviously, if you're just tuning in. We have been all day long with the rain that we've been getting steadily throughout the afternoon as we take a look at Rockin' Joe.
The hope with Rockin' Joe, and this is the race where the rail was gold this day, and Harry Hernandez had the race won. He was clearly in front, and he just drifted off the rail. He never really went to the rail, and Rajiv Mirage gave a sensational ride in the winter, going over the fence early from an outside post and screwed up the rail when Harry came off the rail, and he took full advantage. But Rockin' Joe did run the best race that day.
4-year-old son of Painter, just 1 for 17 lifetime. He is 6-1 on the board. For more on the 2, let's go to the MIG.
Thanks, Greg. It's kind of interesting, and I kind of pay attention to small details, and certainly Dennis Lallman does too. A very old school move here with the 2-horse. He tied up his tail, and the reason they do that is so it doesn't collect a lot of the mud. So even though this horse will be in front, they still splash a lot of the mud around, and the tail will pick up 4, 5, 6 pounds worth of water and mud. He's the only horse in this entire field that has his tail tied up. It's a very old school move, but I really appreciate Dennis Lallman doing it. I just think that, again, attention to detail. You make so much about weight when horses carry more weight with the rider. Well, they're going to pick up weight from this mud, and he's not going to be gaining more weight as a lot of the other horses are because their tails are down and they'll be outflowing and picking up that mud and water. So I really like it. Another old school move. Another reason makes me like the 2-horse even more. The 15th horse, Tis No Bluff. Boy, he could not look any better. Again, it's not a beauty contest. It doesn't mean they're going to run as fast as they need to win, but this horse could not look better physically. He's got a great coat on him. And for me, it's a textural thing. It's almost like you can see how hydrated and healthy he looks. Got a great sheen on him. Dappled out. Could not look better for trainer Michelle Nevin. So kind of interesting. Let's see if the horse with the tied-up tail actually has the success that I think he could have here.
And Andy, look, not going to be carrying any mud around. Every little bit helps when you're trying to win races.
Well, the problem with Rockin' Joe is he's carrying a lot of weight because he's got me and the MIG on him. But listen to MIG. He sounds like he wishes he was riding today, doesn't he?
Oh, he absolutely. He misses it. And if you've not run across the MIG out at the racetrack, some of the best stories.
How cold do you think those
I've
people
ever heard?
How cold do you think those people are down there? That young woman.
I think everyone out here is a little chilly this afternoon.
There's a guy in a short sleeve shirt.
New Yorkers are tough. They can handle this weather.
Tough would be one word to use.
Shamrock Kid, still the favorite.
Let's take our jackets off, Greg.
You first. 7-5, I'm going to stay as is. Coming off that 4th place effort, so turf to dirt for Shamrock Kid gets what he wanted here, main track only.
How about Sport at 9-2? Form seems to be deteriorating, and he's running on a surface he's never been in with European pedigree, and they're betting him. Isn't this what we talked about with betting turf horses? He's 5-1. He's almost eliminating the takeout, basically eliminating the takeout right now.
But I think he has a chance.
Well, Greg, theoretically, they'll have a chance. I think he should be 15, 30, 25 to 1.
I don't know about that. Okay.
Well, but he's never on the dirt. So there's a reason they usually don't run the dirt. Doesn't mean he can't win. I'm not. But he's supposed to get $30 on him, I think. But we'll see.
6 moves in. It's the start of the late pick 4. Shamrock Kid, the MTO, with Kendrick Carmouche for Brad Cox. It's going to be sending out a couple of runners in this weekend's, or next weekend, Saturday's Preakness, I should say.
I think a glider down there in this wind.
We are ready to roll. Let's go to Larry Colmus for the call, race 6, to kick off our pick 4.
They're all in line. They're off. Won't be missed. Rush the gate coming out of there. Cost him about a length or so as Rockin' Joe goes out for the early lead from Fotis. And then it's Tisno Bluff, Danny California, Shamrock Kid. Break of 2.5 lengths more back to Sport on the outside of Scrutinize. Won't be missed is next, and Ships and Goods is last of them all. Rockin' Joe up top. The leader by 2.5 lengths over Fotis through a 23.34 quarter. Tisno Bluff is third on the outside. Shamrock Kid and Danny California, 5 from the front and side by side just ahead of Scrutinize. Then Sport to the outside of Won't Be Missed. Ships and Goods is last and 12 lengths off of this front runner Rockin' Joe, who heads them along on top by 3 as the field races for the far turn. And then it's Tisno Bluff clearly in second position through a 46.98 half mile. Danny California continues to race side by side with Shamrock Kid, 4 lengths to make up for both of them. And then it's Fotis, Scrutinized, Won't Be Missed, Sport very wide, and Ships and Goods. Rockin' Joe rolling along on the lead here, coming toward the top of the stretch. And pulling up at the back of the pack is Sport as they turn for home. Rockin' Joe, the leader. Shamrock Kid comes on in second while angling to the outside after 3 quarters in 112.24. And then on the far outside, it's Tisno Bluff, and Danny California is fourth. Coming past the 8th pole, and it is Shamrock Kid. Shamrock Kid and Kendrick Carmouche 2 in front. Rockin' Joe, Tisno Bluff, and late move toward the inside from Danny California, but it's Shamrock Kid who won it by 3 over Rockin' Joe. Tisno Bluff held third. Danny California was fourth.
Shamrock Kid, the main track only entrant, gets the job done here under Kendrick Carmouche for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't, you know what the most surprising thing was, Greg? That he wasn't second early. But you know what? It was what we talked about. Kendrick knew he was on the best horse, and he really just sort of made sure he kept him out of trouble in here, got him out, and he got the job done. And Richie, my horse, Rockin' Joe, no complaints. Terrific job by Benji Hernandez clearing the lead. I think Richie would agree with me. It was a quick pace, but you know what? You got to ride him that way. And Rockin' Joe was just second best to a much the best 4-5 winner.
Confident ride from Kendrick. And 4-5 to start off. The late pick 4, Shamrock Kid, son of Dublin, wins for just the second time in 11 career starts as Rockin' Joe tried to take him gate to wire. In the end, the MTO just too much.
Yeah, I mean, Rockin' Joe ran fine. It's not like he fell apart and the others got to him, but 4-5. Public got it right. Now, Rockin' Joe is actually third choice. Somehow Sport was second choice. We'll never understand that. He didn't handle the going at all. But the public was very smart here. They realized Rockin' Joe, as time wore on, was a horse they had to use because he was about 4th choice or 5th choice in doubles.
Favorite to start off the Naira Bets late pick 5, but we got a long way to go. Right?
It's not that long.
Oh, well, anything can happen.
But how
in the
excited
next
are
3
you
races.
in the pick 4? Oh, I got you. I'm sorry.
In the Naira Bets late pick 5, yeah.
A lot of good races coming up. Much better.
Our feature still to come with much better for Bob Baffert. But there's a young man that, he's always fun to watch with Kendrick. Good to see him in the winner's circle. We're going to take a break. Of course, the middle jewel, the Triple Crown, still coming up. Signal Man, third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Kentucky Jockey Club winner is a 2-year-old. Can he make an impact next weekend? We'll talk about it when we come back.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we got the start of the late pick 4 underway here on this Sunday afternoon card. We're dealing with a sloppy sealed track. We're off the turf this afternoon. And there's Kendrick Carmouche on board the main track, only entrant who gets the win here pretty convincingly. Shamrock Kid, Brazilla Racing Stables, and trainer Brad Cox.
Yeah, well, Brad Cox, who's already starting this meet off white hot and running some pretty logical horses. But he's going to really get himself a chance to get national attention with a win in the Preakness, though, next week, as both his runners have a chance.
$3.90 for the win as we take a look at the Naira Bets late pick 5 follow-along favorite to kick us off.
Yeah, but as you said, Greg, a long way to go.
There
is. You know what it takes? It takes one decent price and one okay price, and it really just blows the thing up.
See what happens coming up here in race number 7. It's tough to even turn the pages today.
I agree, even if I didn't have gloves on. You know, I chickened out, took the favorite Bluegrass Jamboree, who I just think's the best horse in the race, and I think she's in good form for Charlie Baker. But a lot of people I know, like the 6 Seguro Row, who apparently was very impressive at Keeneland last time out. I think she has to take a step forward, but she's an intriguing new face in the group. Always like the new faces.
All right, we'll talk plenty more about race 7 in just a little bit. Here's our probables for Saturday's Middle Jewel of the Triple Crown, 144th running of the Preakness. A lot of new faces in this race coming up, but a couple of horses returning as well, including Win for Live Oak Plantation, Charlotte Weber, and trainer Michael Trombetta. Had a rough go in the Kentucky Derby, and his big problem has been getting out of the gate.
Right. First and foremost, Greg, he got left again in the Derby. He gets left every time, and you've got to be a very good horse to win top-class races, spotting the field a length or two. And you just lose such position in these races by getting left. Personally, I think he's a very good horse. I don't think he handled the track at all in Kentucky, but I think his best running is going to be when they cut him back to one-turn races, 7 furlongs to a mile. I understand taking a shot in the Preakness. I don't blame them. The horse did not handle the track in Kentucky. He's just not my cup of tea.
But I certainly think we're going to see better from him than what we saw in the Preakness.
I hope so.
I'm sorry, in the Kentucky Derby. Yeah. Meanwhile, Signal Man, he was very good as a 2-year-old Kentucky Jockey Club winner, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Now his 3rd off the bench as a 3-year-old. Can he make an impact on Saturday?
I'm looking forward to Kenny McPeak telling us that he's been pointing the Preakness all along. I don't know. He lost to Win last time out.
By a
Win. Yes, but Win was steadied while trying to rally in there. And it was also a track that's very kind to speed, and Signalman had it. Listen, I'm sure he'll have his backers. None of them are named Andy Serling, but I'm wrong a lot, so we'll see.
Did move forward off his first start of his 3-year-old campaign. We'll see if he takes another step forward in his 3rd start. Here's Kenny McPeak on Signal Man in the Preakness.
Well, I'm really happy that Pimlico doesn't use the point system like Churchill does, and then I don't have to worry about getting in. That's the first thing. No, 11's a good number. It should be a great race, and there's some really good horses running. I mean, I think some of the horses that that didn't make the Derby are going to run big in this one, and then we'll all get probably hooked up at Belmont too. It's ever changing this time of year. I mean, you get horses that peak before the Derby, and some during, and some after. So it's a part of all the process and the challenge of it all.
He's always been a big, good-looking horse, and he just seems like he's getting bigger and stronger. And I mean, everything we've asked him to do so far, he's done. Between only having the 2 preps, so between the Fountain of Youth and then coming back in the Bluegrass, he was third that day. He's getting better and better, it seems. We'll just look into the Preakness and see what he can come up with. With all this horse has done so far up to this point, you have to go into the Preakness thinking he has a big chance. I mean, to be third in the Bluegrass and all he did last year as a 2-year-old, we have to go into the Preakness with a lot of confidence and just give him his best shot.
So a new face, there's a lot of them in this second leg of the Triple Crown, with the top 3 finishers from the Derby not showing up here in this spot, so it makes it a wide open race. But you seem to think, or am I wrong, that it's Improbable's race to lose?
Well, I think he's probably the horse who's so far shown he's the best horse, the most accomplished. And I mean, I know a lot of people are resulters, and they say, well, what do you mean? He's lost all his races this year. I thought he ran the best race in the Rebel, and I don't think it's even discussable. Yeah. And yeah, he wasn't quite as good as Omaha Beach, who was going to be the favorite in the Derby.
But fractious in the gate.
And also,
in the Arkansas Derby, yeah.
I don't blame Jose Ortiz. In fact, I think he gave him a good ride, but he had to move early because he saw what Mike did with Omaha Beach, and he couldn't let him get an insurmountable edge on him, or Jose would have had no chance with Improbable. But he wasn't playing his game. And with more pace in this race, Improbable's supposed to play his game. The only potential chink in his armor is whether or not he's going to be effective the mile and 3/16. That's what would concern me a little bit. I suppose somebody else could also step forward, but he's the best horse in the race based on what he's done on the racetrack.
Especially in this race, never discount the local horse. Guy I'm going to throw it to right now with a little bit more on that. Knows that maybe better than anybody else because he nearly shocked everybody on Magic Wisner way back when.
Yeah, Greg, we almost got it done. War Emblem was able to hold us off late, but certainly as far as the local horse this year, Always Mining, he is a very good horse. Now, he hasn't run against the likes of what he's going to face in the Preakness, but I also think the margins of victory that he's been posting in Maryland leave you not realizing just how easy he's winning his races. I talked with his rider, Daniel Centeno, who's very, very high on this horse. He has been, and I actually was in Maryland for 3 of his wins. And he was telling me, as a 2-year-old, this is a special kind of horse. I think he can step up, maybe be a Preakness type of horse, and he has not done anything wrong. He possesses speed, but he's not speed crazy. He's very tractable. He's a horse that relaxes. He'll throw his ears up, and he's got a high cruising speed. He's run well on off tracks as well, and we've had a very wet, rainy spring, so it certainly could catch another muddy track. I think this is a very live long shot, a horse that trains in Maryland, relishes the track there, and again, local horses have done well over the years. You can go all the way back to Pewter Testimony winning it in 1982, and then me almost pulling off a shocker with Magic Wisner, but maybe this year it's another chance for the locals.
Pace setter showed a new tactic in that Federico Tessio.
And I think that's what they wanted to learn. They wanted to see if he could sit behind horses, and they found that he certainly can. But now he's getting a severe class test in this race. But this is a talented horse. I think the day that Richie, and I was going to ask him this, was second with Magic Wisner, I think it was similar to today. I think it was sort of rainy, a little. It wasn't as raining as hard, but it was freezing cold.
Yeah, it was a mess of a track that afternoon, and he was, by the way, 45-1 in that race, and he nearly pulled off a shocker.
I was pulling for him.
We're going to take a break. Race 7 still to come. Allowance optional claiming race, 6 furlongs. As we get a look at Bluegrass Jamboree, Charlie Baker, 2 back, huge win at Aqueduct. Looking for the 6th win of his career. Post braids coming up when we return.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include 4-time graded stakes winner Miss Sky Warrior, 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, multiple stakes winner Bal Harbor, and Dubai Group 3 winner Shamal Nibras. Last year, his 2-year-old sold up to $540,000, while his yearlings fetched up to a whopping $575,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York Reds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Our Summer Cruz is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000 at a legendary stall number 1. We're going to see some of his youngsters going through the sale this summer, and we're going to see his runners on the racetrack in 2020. It's going to be a lot of fun. The 7th race here. Bluegrass Jamboree, Andy, our 5-2 favorite for Charlie Baker. Jose Lizcano has been on board each of the last couple of starts, including that 8+ length win 2 back.
And I think some might be discouraged by his last race, saying, well, he failed at 9-5 in a sloppy sealed track. He ran fine in there, actually, and the race, his effort in there would make him one of the major players, not the worst to beat here. 2 back, he ran a sensational race with an absolutely perfect trip, but he ran a race that would bury this field. And even his race in the sloppy track 4 races back, and this is 2 back, was good enough to win this. And I thought he was best that day when he lost to Palladian Bridge. He feels like he's a bit of an in-and-outer, but if he's an in-and-outer, today is the in, not the out.
Yeah.
I just think she's the worst to beat, and don't be deceived by her current odds. Based on multi-race bets, she's likely to be in the 6-5 range by post time. I don't think that's a great play, but I'm not playing against her.
And we know she likes Belmont, too. She's been in the money here 4 of 5 starts, a couple of victories. And Charlie Baker having a hot start here to the meet. Let's get a look at Harry Rice there.
Yep. Harry's not wearing his shorts today. That's when you know it's cold. He wears his shorts in February at Aqueduct.
We saw his son earlier on the show protecting Mig with the umbrella. He's doing an okay job of that.
Should be holding
He was kind of keeping the umbrella more to himself than helping Mig out, I think.
Do you blame him?
No, I don't. Here's Summer Punch, Dylan Davis.
Summer Punch ran a lot of people look at the race, and this is why speed figures are important, say, well, she lost to 4-5. Why would you like her? Well, she ran an 80 buyer, which is ties to the best buyer she's ever run. So her form remains good. Now, she was blown out in that race we saw with Bluegrass Jamboree, but she's not impossible, and she is a horse that certainly handles a wet track, but she's beaten cheaper when she's won in wet tracks, to be fair.
Only try Belmont. It was a win. She has good tactical speed. She's 3-1 on the board. It's time for a paddock report. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Hey, Harry Rice can hold an umbrella for me. That is Junior, as we will check in with the bookends of this field. Number 1, Bluegrass Jamboree is your current favorite on the board. She comes off a little bit of a break. She looks fine. She looks fit. I'm not enthralled with her, especially given the fact that we have such a wet, sloppy track, and she has just not proven to be that proficient over it. So I'm not in love with her. And like I said, her last race, which was on a sloppy track, it wasn't her best effort. So we'll see what she does. And I am very intrigued by number 6 in here, Saguaro Road. We'll see how she handles the wet track. You know, that's the big question with her. She's unproven on it. She's only had fast tracks in her 5 career efforts. But I thought the effort was impressive. Visually at Keeneland, she was ranked down the backside with Joel Rosario, and I am always a person who believes that that takes more out of a horse than a horse traveling fast up front, just cruising along, and let's say they go 21 or 44 or something like that. I think it always takes more energy for a horse to fight the rider than the rider just to let them go. And Joel Rosario eventually did, and he went 4 or 5 wide, and he never touched her with a stick, and she was drawing away. And I just think this is a promising filly. And 2, I've been waiting for a progeny of Union Rags to look like Union Rags finally, and this one does. We'll see if that's a good sign. Most of them that come over look nothing like their sire. He was such a good-looking racehorse. She looks nearly identical to him, size-wise as well. She is a big 4-year-old. She's solid. She's well-muscled. And to run that well off that prolonged layoff, I think is very promising here. Yeah, she'll have to put in her best effort on this sloppy track. We'll see if she can do so. But, guys, I am loving what I'm seeing from Saguaro Road here in the paddock.
There's Junior doing a tremendous job. Such a better job of taking care of Maggie with that umbrella than Mig.
Well, see, I don't think that's her. I think that's Maggie. I think that Maggie would have been jealous if he was as nice. First of all, he couldn't possibly be as nice to anybody as he is to Maggie.
He is a great part of our production.
Been a big part for I think since pretty much day one.
Yeah.
Been with us for years.
So look at On Her Way. At 9-2, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice. We're going to talk more about this field coming up. We'll have the post parade as well. When we return, we're approaching the 8-minute mark to post here in the 7th from Belmont. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races right after this. Our features still to come as well. Stay tuned.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July Seal with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. If you have not visited the farms when you head out to some of those racetracks in Kentucky, must see.
But truly one of the great parts of being there. Claiborne is the first farm that I went to when I went to Kentucky. Been there about 4 or 5 times.
I didn't know that.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I couldn't wait. It's like a museum. It's like a living museum. Believe It was still there when I was there. Lure was still there. Easy Goer was... Actually, Lure was still running when I went there. Easy Goer was still alive. I saw Danzig. Seeking the Gold and 49er were still there and sort of across the way from each other. I mean, It was.
So you've seen that stall door, number 1?
Oh, many times, absolutely.
Yeah, I got to get out there.
Oh, God, it's so great. Walker gave us a tour and took us out to the private graveyard last time I was there, and it's literally like just, an incredible, like a hall of fame of some of the greatest horses that ever lived. It was, to me, it was an incredible moment. I love being there.
Beautiful part of the country, too. As we get set for the 7th post-parade coming up here on this Sunday afternoon. Reminder, get signed up, get started, play along with Naira Bets. $200 new member bonus. Use the promo code LIVE when you sign up. When you bet $200, you will get $200 in your account. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we're taking a look here at the 5 first.
Let's try to get a head start, Greg.
Mo Flash at 5-1.
He is in good form, or she is in good form, excuse me, her 2 best races, but she has taken a big jump up in class.
She's won 2 in a row, 3 of her last 4 or 5 starts, I should say, as we go to Bluegrass Jamboree at 5-2.
And she's the horse to beat. She's not going to be 5-2 at post time. She is. They're telling you something. She's handled a wet track, even though her record doesn't suggest it.
Summer Punch, Dylan Davis, good tactical speed, and has been right in the mix each of the last 2, including a win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. She's been in great form. Bobby Barbera doing a great job with her. She did lose by 9 lengths to Bluegrass Jamboree 3 starts back.
Of course, we go to the 4, On Her Way, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice.
You'd think these horses could count better than this, Greg. She has to bounce back from a terrible effort last time. If she does, you're going to easily win this race.
Yeah, was not that far out of it in the correction, even though only beat 1 horse home in that race. Seguro Row, what do you do with a 6 horse? Favored.
Everybody I know likes this horse, which usually means that she's not going to win. She was visually impressive coming back off a year-plus layoff, over a year layoff to win at Keeneland. The going gets tougher, but maybe she's the now new horse. Public says so right now.
Standing by with the trainer of On Her Way. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And that trainer would be Linda Rice here, guys. And Linda, thanks for coming on with us. And On Her Way, a filly that you got fairly ambitious with off the claim. Now, she's going to have to run over a wet track, which she's handled before. How do you think she's doing heading into this effort as she's looking to get a little bit of a form reversal?
Yeah, she, her last race was really subpar for her. We were pretty disappointed with no real excuse. So we're hoping for a turnaround today. I don't know that the mud is her best surface. She has run well in it once, but she'd probably prefer a dry track. But we're still hoping for the best, and we'll go from there.
Now, Linda, we obviously wanted to talk to you because of Mount Travers, but it's a late scratch today out of the Gold Fever. Can you talk about that?
Yes, it was an ambitious spot, and we were hoping there might be some late scratches in there, but it's a very competitive, tough field, and I don't think he's quite up to that competition yet, so we're going to look for something softer.
Well, one that was up to the competition last weekend was Nicodemus, and I know it's a traditional prep for the Met Mile, but Linda, that Met Mile is getting awfully deep. Where do you plan on running Nicodemus next?
I can see that the Met Mile looks like a very tough spot, a terrific race. So we're going to take a look at the run at the True North instead. It's a little shorter, but it's something we're considering.
All right, we're looking forward to that. Best of luck here with On Her Way.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice, we'll look for Nicodemus on that Belmont Stakes weekend as well.
That whole weekend loaded, that Belmont Stakes Festival racing. What do you think about that spot?
I think when Linda Rice is aggressive with a horse, as she was with Nicodemus in the Westchester, you do not want to discount them. I like Linda's horses when they look like they might not belong, more than I like when they look like, why is she dropping? And the fact that she says, okay, the Met Mile is going to be maybe the race of the year, but I'm not going to skip any, a big race, and I'm going to run him in a race like the True North, says to me that she is very confident in his abilities, and I would not discount him. We don't know what the field will look like, and it'll probably be a very tough race, but I'm not going to be surprised at all when he does very, very well in there, if not win.
As we look at our analyst selections in this race, what do you think about Linda Rice's runner here, On Her Way to 4?
I felt this the same way, and it's one of the reasons I like Linda. She's very honest, right? I mean, she made it very clear. What excuse did this horse have last time out? So it's a real question of whether or not, she's going to bounce back from that. Does she just have a bad day? I think she could easily win this race, but it's just, I hate horses coming off of inexplicably bad races. But 4-1 is a very, very, very generous price.
There she is, daughter of Caleb's Posse.
I loved
Jose
him.
Ortiz will be
Loved
aboard.
him.
Yeah.
Breeders' Cup Mile, maybe one of the best Breeders' Cup miles, he and Liam's Map we ever ran. What a horse he was, Rajiv.
Trying to think what his prep was into that.
They went to the Indiana Derby. They went to the route, and then they cut him back in distance. They cut him back to one turn because he got really good around one turn. Of course, he beat Uncle Mo by a dirty nose in the King's Bishop, and a thrilling King's Bishop.
Seguro Row. So it was off from March of 2018. Put this horse in the Fairground Oaks in just the 4th start of her career. Beat by Chocolate Martini.
Yes,
Our
that's the
colleague,
thing
Tom
about her.
Amos.
She lost a horse trained by Tom Amos, so how good can she be?
Wow, that's a Kentucky Oaks winning trainer you're talking about, my friend.
Just teasing. Tom is the highest winning percentage trainer of any trainer that's won over 3,000 career races.
It's an incredible stat.
Well, he's an incredible trainer. I
No,
tease
that
him.
makes-
no,
yeah,
I know.
shows you
He's
how good he is.
Amazing, right? I mean, guys, Bobby Frankel's in that group.
Yeah.
It's not like, the guys who went over 3,000, a lot of them are pretty good.
And he has the best winning percentage of any of them. He's going to be joined. We're going to have him with us, I should say, this summer at Saratoga.
Can't wait to see him.
It's going to be great to have him back. We line up here for the 7th at Belmont. 6-5 favorite as we expected here. Bluegrass Jamboree from the inside. Larry Colmus with the call. Here's race 7 from Belmont.
And Mo Flash now moves into the starting gate. It'll be the last one to go in. Seguro Row to the outside stall. And we'll be ready for the start. They're all in line. They're off. Seguro Row, a bit slow to begin here. Bluegrass Jamboree had a great beginning from the inside and goes out to the lead with Chorus Line and Mo Flash in hot pursuit. On her way is running in 4th. Seguro Road goes up on the outside, now takes 4th, just 2 lengths off the lead. The trailer is Summer Punch. And now they race for the far turn where it's Chorus Line who has taken over the leader by a half a length. Mo Flash is 2nd. Bluegrass Jamboree has been taken back to 3rd after that sharp beginning. 22.93 was the quarter. And then it's Seguro Row on the outside, followed by On Her Way, 5th down toward the rail, and another 5 lengths back to the trailer, Summer Punch. So they make their way toward the top of the stretch. And it's Mo Flash on the outside, poking ahead in front, but the rail's open for Bluegrass Jamboree, who comes on through, and Seguro Road comes up on their outside. So it's these 3 that take over at the top of the stretch, and On Her Way is right behind them, running in 4th. And dropping back his Chorus Line after a 46.52 half. It is Bluegrass Jamboree and Seguro Row. And Seguro Row takes the lead on the outside. Bluegrass Jamboree back into 2nd, and then it's On Her Way, and they're coming down to the line, and it's Seguro Row. Seguro Row won it by a length and a half. Dead tight 2nd there. On Her Way or Bluegrass Jamboree. Mo Flash 4th.
Seguro Row gets by Bluegrass Jamboree, and now she is undefeated since she's returned.
And she was the best winner. If we could show the start again, I mean, Bluegrass Jamboree just outbroke the field, whereas Seguro Road actually got left in this race, and she still beat her. This horse was just clearly best. No excuse whatsoever, Bluegrass Jamboree. Jose gave her a perfect ride. The rail's been good. I still think she held 2nd over On Her Way, but let's talk about Seguro Row. She's an improving horse, and all those people that liked her, they were dead right.
Yes, they were. She showed talent right out of the gate in her debut with a 4+ length win. That was back in 2017 at Laurel. She went to the sidelines for just over a year. She has come back even better than she was.
Oh, she's good. I mean, this was a very impressive effort. Now, she's not going to want to get left in races going forward, but I don't know if we have the start, but she, I mean, watch the difference between her break and the break for Bluegrass Jamboree. It's like, I mean, she spotted her too late. She broke a length or so slow, and Bluegrass Jamboree seemed to break about a half length or more ahead of the field.
Yeah, that was as sharp as could be,
yeah,
wasn't it?
right. I mean, and it's funny because normally when a horse breaks like that, they run a really good race, right? They're sharp, they break very well, and I think Bluegrass Jamboree did run well in here. Didn't matter. This was just an hour the best.
It was close for 3rd, by the way. It goes to On Her Way, the 4. 6-1, 4-5 finish. Swings wide around this turn here, Seguro Row, and says goodbye to Bluegrass Jamboree. And that's a nice mare that she's beating here. And you're right. It's not like Bluegrass Jamboree didn't run a race. She ran a good race.
Yeah. Greg,
Seguro
now
Road is better.
You know everything. What is Seguro Road? Should we Google it?
I don't know this.
Greg.
Sorry.
This is like the first.
You know this, though, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, well,
I have
thanks
no
for
idea
bringing
what
it
it
up.
is. No, I was wondering. You usually know everything.
6-1-4-5. I appreciate now I've just let you down as well.
No, I'm
3-1.
I got a phone.
On the Daughter of Union Rags here from Mike Stidham. Spotting them nice here at Belmont from limited starters, and little upset here later in the card. Our feature race still coming up. Joel Rosario, couple of wins today on the card. And our feature still to come with much better. Call Paul and Sombaye in the Gold Fever.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
At the races, well, race number 7 in the books, and it was Sagaro Road, who relished the slop. I think she would have relished anything today, as I'm joined by her pilot, Joel Rosario. And Joel, you were aboard her last time as well, coming off that extended layoff. And there at Keeneland, I mean, visually, it was an extremely impressive performance.
Yes, it was. You know, it was really easy that day, and then she went over the track very nice, and then I was the passenger. You know, she just took me for a ride.
And today, you hardly had to get into her again. I mean, she seems like a filly that's really on the upswing.
Yeah, she is. She's honest. She's tried really hard, and then, just a different track today for her. A little sloppy, and then, but she had no problem with that. She was handling really well, and then she was keeping there, getting in there, keeping going for it all the time.
And Joel, coming up, you'll ride a little bit of a price horse for Christophe Clement and Release the Thunder. You haven't been on him yet, but last time out, he had trouble getting out of the gate. Is that kind of your first objective, to get him out of there cleanly today?
Probably, yes. Trying to get him out of the gate, and then after that, just see what Christophe have to say.
That's always the fun part, seeing what Christophe has to say.
Sure.
Well, best of luck, but you started off in a good way. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, Sagaro Road, guys. I'm impressed with this filly. We'll see what she has in store for us down the road.
Yeah, this one definitely to keep our eyes on, and can't wait to see her run again, but it looks like she has come back and she has some serious talent.
No, they're going to have to take a step up with her. The competition's going to get deeper, but I agree. This is one of those wins, Greg, that will not look as good on paper as it actually was, right? I mean, she breaks sharply here. She probably wins by 3 or 4.
Yeah. 6-1-4 finish, Sagaro Row. $8.10 for the win, Mike Stidham. Newtown Anner Stud, Mark Breen, Joel Rosario, your winning connections as we look at the Naira Bets Late Pick 5 follow along. Favorite, even money favorite to feed it.
But this horse will add a little juice to it. I mean, look at the pick 3. It paid 33 and change for $1. So that's a parlay of the mid-60s, while that parlay itself is about $40. So you're getting a little vig. And listen, obviously with a heavy favorite here, if he wins, it's going to keep it lower. But if you're trying to beat the favorite, and you do here, it's going to pay very well.
The Gold Fever is our feature. 6 furlongs and much better. Short price and deservedly so. Looks like the controlling speed went toe-to-toe with Grade 1 winner Mind Control back at the Bayshore. Put away Call Paul in that race. So Call Paul is more than 5 lengths to try and make up.
Yeah, and he cuts back to 6 furlongs.
Yeah. making the task maybe a little even easier for him this afternoon. We're going to talk through this entire field coming up of our feature race in just a bit. Of course, Rosie Napravnik, she competed and won at the highest levels of racing during her career as a jockey. As she's transitioned into a career away from the racetrack, she shares her journey and the importance of getting horses that same opportunity in another edition of Riding with Rosie.
I started racing when I was very young. I had the opportunity to ride for the most prominent trainers and the most prestigious races. Really just kind of like a storybook. It's really cool to see how the off-track thoroughbred industry has evolved. There are so many horses in the thoroughbred industry, and once a horse is not fit for racing anymore, whether it's just not competitive, or if the horse has an injury, or if the horse is basically aged out of racing, they need an outlet because they can't, you know, we can't all keep all the horses. So there's a large array of things that I can do with them, and there's a large array of things that they can do. I got to live the best, the absolute best of racing. What I can do now is give the horses the absolute best after racing.
Well, Rose, she rode at a very high level in her day.
No, she was a terrific rider, absolutely.
And great to see horses making that transition. So many of them that were former, some of them really good horses and had great careers on the racetrack have transitioned into second careers away from the races. As we get set for our feature coming up, and all eyes on Much Better in this spot, and a lot of horses might be looking at him, trying to run him down. And
right, he's the fastest horse. He's the lone speed, and he cuts back in distance. He looks so good on paper. How can he win?
It's too good to be true, right?
Well, I mean, sometimes it just is as simple as the best horse. And you get the best horse and has a theoretical tactical advantage. Obviously, the only potential fly in the ointment is whether or not he doesn't handle a wet track. Well, he caught a good track at Santa Anita, and he ran fine. He won easily. He has improved since he came to the East Coast. He's going to be flourishing under the care of John Antonio Terranova. I lost the horse who beat him, Mind Control, won the Grade 1 Hopeful, and he won our Jerome. Just good horse, man.
He is that, and the public supporting him like he is. So 1-2 on the board. Very short price favorite in here, looking for the third win of his career. Is who, if anybody, could try and put pressure on him?
Nobody is fast enough to keep up with him, and keeping up with him would be almost suicidal. I mean, I guess the possible horse is, you know, on the far outside, Wendell Fong, but I don't see that happening. And maybe if Call Paul breaks, he can do it. But is Irad Ortiz going to force the pace against this horse on the inside? I mean, honestly, if you're another horse dealer, you say, you know what, I'm just going to hope I get lucky and this horse doesn't run today.
Call Paul used to have good speed. He used to be in front in his races. That's what he did when he won the Grade 2 Saratoga Special as a 2-year-old. Now he's adding blinkers and he has the rail.
The break is so important for him, right? He can't keep getting left. He's had 2 straight times he has not broken sharply. He has got to get out of the gate cleanly in a spot like this. If he does, we'll see. But he's going to have to improve even on his good efforts to beat a horse like Much Better if he runs his race.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if he runs his best from the swale performance probably not good enough to win here.
He's going to beat Much Better unless Much Better takes a step back, which is always a possibility, especially on a wet track.
Yeah, that's the big X factor here, and he's not been, Call Paul, on and off track.
Maybe he'll love it. You know, plays no favorites one way or the other, right? Still, you know, I'd be tempted, though, I don't know who it is, if I was really going to be goofy to try to, if I was going to try to beat him, maybe use somebody else, but I don't see it. Release the Thunder, I don't think he's good enough. I guess Samboye, first time, you know, as a 3-year-old, maybe he's horse could take a big step forward. It wouldn't be the first time, that's for sure.
And since you're getting 9-1 on Samboye, does that make things a little more enticing here?
9-1 is always a little more enticing.
Yeah.
Definitely more enticing than 2-1, Greg. He's going to have to improve a lot, but he's hopeful. He was only 3.5 lengths behind Mind Control, so maybe he could take a step forward. He got a great trip in the Sanford when he won it, but you're talking about a horse that won a great stake as a 2-year-old.
Yes, he did. This is a look at his win in the Sanford. And he was favored in this race against a horse who was fairly high regarded coming in, and would win his next start, Strike Silver.
Remind me who Strike Silver is, Greg.
He was the New York bred, right? That was on a roll coming into this race?
Yeah, Jeremiah Englehart, maybe? Or am I?
think that's
Is that
right.
possible? That's right. I'm getting old. Might be the cold is freezing my brain. Migliori's laughing. Wait till he gets up here for an hour, by the way. We'll see how tough he is.
So he won 2. Yeah, he's waiting in the wings to come on. So there he is. I mean, we'll hear more, obviously, from Maggie coming up, but in terms of how he looks. But won 2 of his first 3 starts. Narrow defeat in the Tremont was his only kind of missed up until he went into the Grade 1 hopeful. Against, Mucho was so highly regarded for Bill Mott. Mind control, we know what he's become. Very good runner. And then they put him in the Breeders' Futurity, and the stretch out was the only race where it was a little disappointing.
Yeah, but I'm not going to hold a route race against him, and I think you agree with that. And Nitrous, who finished 3rd in that hopeful, is a pretty nice horse, too. I think he won a race recently. I don't know if it was a stake or not, maybe at Oaklawn.
Quick break. We'll be back. Are you stepping away?
Yeah, I'm going to actually throw myself into a fire.
The MIG, Richard Migliori, joins me right after a break. Much better. The one to beat in the Gold Fever, our feature race here on this Sunday afternoon. But the sloppy racetrack, the X Factor, can he handle it? We'll find out next.
There's a power so selfless. It has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at nairabets.com.
So if Dan and I wanted to adopt a horse today, maybe?
We could show you something.
Okay.
Are any of these horses equipped to live in a 600 square foot apartment in Queens, New York?
No. We have 72 acres here. We have 9 different pastures, and we house about 50 horses at any given time.
How does it usually work? Is it like, do people tell you who they are and what they're looking for, and you select the horse for them, or do they come out here and they're like, I want that one?
We try to work with them to get the right horse with the right person. It's
Yeah.
all about making that connection.
What do you think would be a good fit for this guy?
It's the Circle Bow, I think. I'm pretty sure.
And why is that?
Well, he is an older gelding.
You know what that means, right?
Yes, Dan.
Okay.
Gold Fever swings wide into the stretch, down toward the inside. Topicon is beginning to pick up horses. They're coming down to the final furlong, and Diligence is the boss at the 8th pole, but Gold Fever is coming with a hard charge on the outside. Gold Fever storms to the front as they come down to the finish. Then Diligence and Topicon. Gold Fever has won the Naira Mile by 2. Diligence was second. Topicon was third.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and that was Gold Fever. The 1996 Naira Mile Grade 1 has gone on to produce some very nice horses, including Millionaire Sprinter, Gold Mover, 4-time Canadian champion, A Bit of Gold. We're going to run the Gold Fever coming up next. It is our feature race on this Sunday afternoon. A quick look at the odds there, much better, taking all the money for Bob Baffert. Richard Migliori, the MIG, joining me here on set when a whole lot of races here in all kinds of conditions, including like the ones we have here this afternoon. And you're going to give us a little explanation of how you do it in this kind of sloppy weather.
Yeah, well, people
always talk about jockeys and goggles, and on a day like this, especially if you're on a come-from-behind type horse, you're going to be in behind the front runners. They're going to throw kickback, or mud as we call it, you know, the kickback is what we call the mud, into your face. And jockeys will wear multiple layers of goggles. So on a day like this, you'll wear probably 5 if you're on a closer. And before you go in the gate, you'll take them off the top of your helmet, you'll put them over your eyes, and then you line them up so that each goggle has a little notch. So when you're riding, mud hits it, gets covered up, you lose your vision, you'll try to peek out of one side, peek out of the other. With one finger, you'll reach up, grab the notch, pull it around your neck, and it drops on your neck. Some people think they fly off your head. These are very expensive, actually. They're probably about $5 a pair, so you don't want to throw them out. You use them multiple times before they get pitted and scratched. But think about having your reins, your whip, controlling a 1,000-pound animal, traffic, mud hitting you in the face, and at the same time having to be able to pull goggles down without pulling them all down. So you need these to last you throughout the race. Obviously, the longer the race, the more you need. But on a day like this, you'll see most of the guys at least 5 pairs.
Is that something, when you're first kind of getting used to doing that, wearing all those multiple things, you practice a little bit?
Oh, you have to, because it really is hard to handle everything, especially because your reins are slippery, your hands are wet, muddy. And the thing that most young riders, the mistake they made is they pull them down too soon. So when they get the first big hit of mud, you need to peek out of one side, and then when that gets covered, then peek out of the other, then pull it down. So you use the whole goggle, not just what's right in front of you.
Tough
and think about being on heels, and a horse is pulling you up there, and now you're blind for a few strides until you can pull that goggle down. It truly is an act of daring do.
Not an easy profession, not easy conditions to ride in. We have our feature race here coming up. We're going to head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And I can attest, even your hands, when it's this cold and wet, they cramp up. And so a lot of things to handle and control a 1,200-pound animal as much better. He's your favorite for this Gold Fever Stakes, and I have no complaints whatsoever. He looks like a deserved favorite in here. But let's check in with some of his opposition, including the Rail Runner, who is his main opponent in here, and that is number 1, Call Paul, who will add blinkers today and also adding front bandages as well. I have been a fan of this horse, truth be told, in that he's big, he's good looking, he's got this massive engine to him, and he's a beautiful mover. You watch him warm out in the track, and he just kind of bows his head and skips over the ground. So I like him. He's not in the best position though, considering Much Better has that early speed, and he's down on the rail. We'll see how he negotiates the slop as well. A little concerned about it just for the fact he is that bigger, heavier type of horse, or he might sink through it rather than skip over the top of it, though. As I said, good movers, they tend to like this going a bit more. Now, number 3 is Sombaye, who returns off of a layoff, and as a 3-year-old, he's extremely fit. I mean, you couldn't ask a horse to look more tight and fine-tuned than what Sombaye does. But my problem is he's done absolutely no growing or filling out from 2 to 3. He really has not taken that big step forward. I think he is one that should like a wet track, though. This is his first time on it. But I just prefer others from that overall physical perspective. As we'll also take a look at the long shot on the board from the outside is number 7, Wendell Fong. Yes, it is a bit of a negative that Jeremiah Engelhardt has chosen to keep this horse in Maryland, train him and run him there. I do remember watching a workout, though, at Palmetto's over the winter, and he worked with Pat on the Back. Yes, it was typically probably Pat on the Back's first work back, but he was going a lot better than that accomplished stakes runner. And he's a good-looking horse in here. I think he's another one that should appreciate a wet track as he has in the past. Even though that was good, he should like the slop as well here. He looks great. He's a long shot that I would try to work in to maybe your exotics as far as wagering is concerned here, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, I thought that 7 he's the interesting kind of X-factor horse in here.
Yeah, he really is, and he's run well. He's got the outside post, which I think is a big help on a track like this. It allows him to get into a good rhythm, get into the race the right way. He's 2 for 2 sprinting. They stretched him out in the Miracle Wood, and who beat him? Always Mining, my Preakness kind of long shot. How long a shot do you think he might be? Maybe not that long.
Well, people are going to see all those wins. He's reeled off 6 in a row, so
right.
As a result of that, yeah, he's going to take a little bit of money, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I would think so. And Wendell Fong, again, the outside draw and 2 for 2 sprinting certainly has a look of a stranger that you could be interested in. Listen,
you actually ruined us getting any big prices on local horses with what you did on Magic Weisner. Thanks.
Well, it would have been better if he won. But, you know, it's an interesting race. Listen, the 4 Much Better looks like he is much the best. But it's racing. They still got to go out there and do it. I thought the 3 Sombaye was interesting. You know, it's a horse that, you know, ran some really good races sprinting last year. If he comes back a bigger, stronger version himself as a 3-year-old, and he is by Into Mischief out of a Limehouse mare, that screams mud pedigree to me.
As a rider, if you're on a horse like Much Better in this race, you're such a heavy favorite. It looks like you have such a pace advantage compared to everybody in this field. What's going through your mind?
Just want to get away from the gate clean. That's the most important factor for this horse, Much Better, is to get away from the gate clean. This way you don't have any kind of excuses. You don't want to get bumped around. You don't want to get squeezed. You don't want mud in his face. He's the fastest horse. He's the best horse. Let him run away from there. And then don't get too cute. You don't want to slow it down too much. Make everybody else work to stay with you. Your speed is your weapon. I think a mistake a lot of riders make is that they try to slow horses down too much, and that puts everybody else back in the race, and that takes something away from yours. Let them bounce along. Take nothing away that comes easy.
How much, too, as a rider? So, you know, everyone's working their way up to the feature race throughout the afternoon. How much do you pay attention to how the track's been playing out throughout the afternoon? Because it can change, too.
Well, it definitely can change, but you have to pay attention to it. I mean, you're in the room, but you're not down there playing ping pong or shooting pool, not if you're serious about your job. You're paying attention to where the horses are winning from. Early on, it looked like the track's very fair. I thought horses maybe towards the inside had a little bit of an edge. I don't think it's changed a great deal. I think the track's in great shape. I mean, hats off to Glenn Kozak and his crew for as much rain as we had to keep it as even and fair as it's been.
Talented young rider right there who had a big afternoon yesterday. Irad Ortiz Jr., he is on Call Paul. We'll see if he can get out of the gate cleanly. That's been an issue for him the last couple of starts. Certainly compromised his chances in the Bayshore against Much Better. I don't know if it would have mattered, but it's going to be interesting to see what tactics are with this horse today, because he used to have so much speed. Now he is putting blinkers on.
When he puts blinkers on, Irad Ortiz can be very aggressive. And even though he has the rail, and some people will say, well, you know, for a horse that maybe has had some gait issues, that's not the greatest place to be. I actually think it's better than being in between 2 horses, because then you're not going to get squeezed. You actually have 3 or 4 feet to your inside to work with if you are a stutter step slow. And I think it can be actually an advantage to have the rail in that situation.
Get signed up, play along with all the races that we show you each and every day with Nauer Bets. Download the app or go to NauerBets.com. $200 new member bonus. Be sure to use the promo code LIVE at sign up to take advantage of that. Bet 200 and get 200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this feature here coming up, the Gold Fever. And our 3 to 5 favorite, Much Better. Looks like it is his race to lose for trainer Bob Baffert, son of Pioneer of the Nile out of a Vindication, Mare Vindication. So talented as a 2-year-old for Baffert. We never got to see him as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, he was undefeated for Baffert. He actually won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Arlington, and it wasn't off track that day. It wasn't sloppy per se, but it wasn't off track. Super talented. Never had the ability, like you said, to realize his potential.
Here's Call Paul, so Irad Ortiz Jr. for Jason Service.
I think he'll be aggressive. I think he has to be from the rail, and this horse maybe puts some pressure on Much Better.
11-1 on Release the Thunder.
Release the Thunder gets Joel Rosario. Great in these situations. He'll probably let this horse drop out and come with that patented Joel Rosario late run.
Very interested to see how Sombaye comes back in his 3-year-old debut.
I think he could be the upsetter here if there's an upset to be had. This is a very talented 2-year-old. If he makes that step from 2 to 3, no telling how good he could be.
Big favorite, 1 to 2 on Much Better, controlling pace as well.
And he's been here. He's been training at Belmont. He's been in John Terranova's barn, and he is a very deserving short price favorite.
And the Laurel Park Shipper, Wendell Fong for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
A horse that has really done nothing wrong, only beaten 4 3/4 lengths to Always Mining, who is a Preakness contender, and he is 2 for 2 sprinting.
So compact field, but interesting field with the Shipper from Laurel, the return of Sombaye, and of course the ultra-talented Much Better. Call Paul, Swale winner as well. For more on this race, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Thanks, guys. And here with owner Michael Dubb, who will send out that rail horse in Call Paul. And Michael, a horse that is looking to kind of get back on track, but obviously has a great stakes to his name in the Swale. What are you looking from him in this performance in the Gold Fever?
You know, this first time with blinkers, he's been a little sluggish, and he seemed to be looking around in the Bayshore. So Jason thought better we try blinkers. I wish we didn't have the rail. I wish we weren't giving the favorite 6 pounds, but we are as a result of winning the Saratoga Special and the Swale, a Grade 2 and a Grade 3. So it's racing.
That is true. At least you have the greatest stakes to your name as well. But Michael, also another horse that I'm sure is very special as far as your stable is concerned. Another Jason Service trainee in World of Trouble. He was so good in that turf sprint on Kentucky Derby weekend. Sounds like the Jipers in his future.
Yeah, you know, we got the Grade 1 on the dirt in the Carter. We'd like to get a Grade 1 on the turf. We feel he has a stallion potential. And that seemed the logical spot now that they made the Jiper a Grade 1. So we'll see what happens.
And what a fun horse to have. I mean, a horse that can run on literally everything.
He's a running son of a gun. I mean, he'll just run through anything, and all he has is run on his mind. When I go see him in the barn and we pull him out, he gets all antsy. He thinks it's game time all the time, and he's looking for action. So we're just blessed to have him.
He sure is fun to watch, too. And, Michael, not only are you a very enthusiastic owner, but also involved as far as your patronage on the backside and heavily involved in Anna House. And I hear that we might be expanding.
Well, yeah, that's true. We're currently developing plans to try and build a daycare center up at Saratoga. So we can service Saratoga, and there's so much going on up there. And it would really be a relief for a lot of the people who have to take care of small children while doing that grueling work.
Myself included, and I can say for myself and the others, we thank you so much for all that hard work.
My pleasure. You know, we have a lot of trainers who drop their kids off, and it's a pleasure to see. And, you know, if you haven't ever seen Anna House, go online, take a look at it. It's a truly, truly special place. It really changes the kids' lives, gives them a firm foundation.
Michael, thank you so much for all you do, and best of luck here with Call Paul.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
All right, guys, I can attest to that. Anna House, anybody who wants to get over there, it's a wonderful, wonderful facility for all the kids.
Michael Dubb, a fixture in the winner's circle in all the biggest races in New York, but probably the greatest work that he has done here is that contribution of Anna House and daycare for backstretch workers, trainers, everyone who works around the racetrack, Maggie included. Everyone so thankful for what he has done.
Has made such a profound difference in so many people's lives on the backstretch. And, you know, think about people working with horses. They can have a clear head that their children are in a good environment, well cared for on the backstretch. Really just kudos to him. Like you said, great owner, but a greater person for what he's been able to do for the backstretch.
Well, he'll send out Call Paul from the rail, blinkers on in the rematch with that horse right there. Much better. The heavy favorite for Bob Baffert at 2-5. He's the one to catch, the one to beat. Can he collect another victory here in our feature race? Let's go to Larry Colmus.
Ready for the start. They're off in the Gold Fever. Call Paul and Much Better broke well. Sombaye is sent along between those two. Wendell Fong is out running in fourth on the outside. The trailer is Release the Thunder racing for the far turn. Call Paul going right at it up front with Much Better. These two locked in an early battle here. Wendell Fong is 2.5 lengths off of them with Sombaye down on the inside. Release the Thunder is a good 12 lengths behind, but they're rolling along up front. 21.81 that opening quarter mile for Call Paul, who's got a 3/4 length lead. Javier Castellano pumping on Much Better to try to keep up, and he's not doing it right now. Wendell Fong's getting closer now and saving all the ground, about to take second. Much Better is back to third. Release the Thunder has been set down. He's 10 lengths behind. 44.69 the half. They're into the stretch, and it's Call Paul. Call Paul the leader. Wendell Fong is 2 lengths behind. Release the Thunder third on the outside, still closing. Much Better not today. Down to the final 16th, and here comes Wendell Fong after Call Paul. Wendell Fong to the front. Wendell Fong wins the Gold Fever, pulling away in the end over Call Paul. And then it was Release the Thunder, and Much Better was fourth.
The Laurel Park shipper for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Wendell Fong, he's now 3 for 4 in his career. He wins at 8-1.
Well, he really got the setup, the trip. I mean, when the one-horse Call Paul was able to engage and actually outrun Much Better and going better of the two. Now, watch how much better fires out of the gate. I mean, he left there like his tail was on fire. I get the blinkers really put run on his mind. And
Cole Paul, yeah.
Cole Paul, and he showed a lot more speed than he had shown previously, and actually was always going better than much better.
This is the horse he used to be. He used to show all this speed and break cleanly, and wow, he was sharp this afternoon, and that did in much better. Yeah, he just couldn't keep up here.
And you knew he was in deep trouble. He was on the hard chase by the 3/8 pole. He was so off the bridle. And unfortunate for Cole Paul, he was the last man standing. He won the battle, lost the war, as Wendell Fong, George Vargas ships in with him from Laurel. I like when a trainer sticks with a rider that knows the horse and gets it done. Probably quite a thrill for this young man to be able to come up here and say he beat the big boys.
Absolutely, and now maybe those long odds on Always Mining come down a little bit more on Preakness Saturday. Of course, he beat Wendell Fong in the Miracle Wood 2 starts back.
Well, it definitely strengthens his case. He shows that he wasn't just beating up on bad horses. I mean, this is a quality horse. He won a quality race here, fast time. Certainly, he got the setup. I mean, Cole Paul, like I said, did all the dirty work, but interesting, 1-2 and much better. He did look like the best horse on paper, but that's why they have to run the race.
When Andy was on set, we're saying it seems too easy, right?
And it never is. It never is easy as it looks on paper.
7-1, 2-4. Wendell Fong comes in from Laurel and takes it to Bob Baffert and Jason Service with a talented 3-year-old by Flat Out for Gold Square Racing. Let's take one more look here into the stretch as Cole Paul, after he put away much better, you're thinking, okay, we've seen a different horse from Cole Paul this afternoon. He might go on with this, but not so fast.
Well, you could see the setup here. Wendell Fong's getting that run up the inside, comes out. So he got to save the ground, so important at Belmont. Long sweeping turn, but you're on the turn for a long time. So he saved the ground. He came out, and I love what his rider did here. He goes to left hand. He drifts away from Cole Paul, and I think that's important. You don't want to make a horse engage with you. Better off to kind of get past him, kind of break that plane a little bit wide of him. And as game as Cole Paul was, just a terrific ride and a perfect trip for the winner, Wendell Fong.
Big effort for this son of Flat Out. Jeremiah Engelhardt has a good one on his hands, and now can start looking at maybe some bigger targets with a Gold Fever Stakes victory under his belt with this 3-year-old, who's now 3 for 4 in his career. Back with prices, and we'll set up the nightcap next.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018. This son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, the Gold Fever Stakes, it ended in upset as Wendell Fong, he was victorious at 8-1 and aboard his back for all 4 of his career starts, including 3 wins, is Georgie Vargas. And that trip up 95 was not in earnest, Georgie. You came up here with a purpose.
I mean, first of all, thank God, and thanks to the owner and the trainer for the opportunity, Jeremiah. He's giving me a lot of chances now, and this horse, I always liked him enough. Second time out, went on the mile, and he ran a good race, getting beat by Always Mining, that he's running on the Prix next Saturday with a good shot, I think. And I always liked him enough. I know he has the ability to run well here, and it was worth it, the trip. Almost 3 hours, but it was worth it.
That ride home will be a lot easier now. And a horse that just seems very proficient at the sprint distances. Do you think, I mean, he came from behind today, but do you think he's better going shorter? Or if he's given the chance, maybe further down the road, he can stretch out?
I think he can stretch out well because, you know, he does whatever you want him to do. You know, if you want to put it on the race early, he'll go there. If you want him just to relax him, he'll come back to you and make one run. And I think he'll be fine wherever he goes.
He's shown a lot of versatility and also handled the mud. You handled the mud. We were talking to Richard Migliore. He's on set right now. He's talking about goggles. How many goggles did you have to go through?
I went just through one because he was a short field, and I ducked him out right away. But it is muddy. It is muddy out there.
Well, Georgie, it's great catching up with you. Congratulations here with Wendell Fong.
Thank you.
All right, all smiles here in the winner's circle, Greg.
As he should be. That was a big victory, and this horse looks like he has a lot of talent, so hopefully he's going to keep on rolling with this one. That maybe some bigger and even better targets down the line this summer.
I really like that Jeremiah Englehart left him on board this horse. You know, the temptation's there. You come into Belmont. There's so much talent in this jocks room that maybe you make a switch, but he showed a lot of confidence in Georgie Vargas, and he was repaid with a terrific ride. And this does a lot for a young guy's career. To be able to come up here, perform on a bigger stage, handle the pressure, and perform this well, it opens up other people's eyes and leads to more opportunities.
$18 on Wendell Fong for the victory. Not in the money. Much better, the heavy odds-on favorite in this race.
Yeah, I mean, he really, when he couldn't keep up with Cole Paul and he was on the hard chase, it just kind of took the heart away from him. You could see turning for home, he was in deep water, and hence the bigger show prices.
And as we always say, the Naira Bets Late Pick 5, it just takes one. And an $18 horse beating an odds-on favorite that almost, well, a lot of tickets may have singled him in this spot here. This is going to really open things up.
Yeah, certainly you would think this eliminated more than a few people, but Wendell Fong was a horse that, you know, as a stranger, was a horse that you could come up with.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that on a day like this you would be as inclined to single, although I guess if you were going to have to single one race, this would have been the one.
Red Zinger might have been a horse that some people thought about as well, although he's very modest favorite right now at 4-1, but draws into this race, taken off the turf, main track only, gets in. He's the horse to beat, no doubt, coming up in this spot. Well, this horse we're going to talk about next wound up winning 11 stakes, 4 Grade 1 wins, earned over $3.2 million, but it didn't look like it was going to start out that way for Awad. Started out 0 for 5 in his career, wound up actually breaking his maiden in a graded stakes race that is David Donk's favorite, as he tells us right now.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Mabel. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running Awad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfuz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Alfoos, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfoos who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfoos determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
Well, that's a tremendous trip down memory lane for David Donk. And Mig, this was a horse that you had been on before in a race that you ran in.
Yeah, well, actually, I got to ride Awad in one of his first 5 starts, actually over at the Meadowlands. He didn't run a step for me, so obviously he went on to much bigger and better things. And, you know, Dave Donk, a very modest guy, he had been one of the main assistants to Woody Stevens through that skein of 5 Belmont Stakes wins in a row, so he certainly came up under an extremely successful Hall of Fame horseman.
Another look here at the victory, doing this as a maiden to break through in a graded stakes win. You do not see this very often.
No, you don't. And the fact, though, that this horse wanted to go long, he loved the turf. And, you know, back then, you didn't have as many opportunities to run your 2-year-olds on the turf. It's really changed a lot. So you can see why they wouldn't want to pass up an opportunity. But this was a horse took a little while to develop, to learn, to mature. But I mean, what he went on to do and earn over $3 million. And then I love the voice recording. You have reached the house that Awad built. You know, that, I mean, really, that's people that Faye and Dave Donk had really appreciated what a horse was able to do for them.
We have much more to talk about coming up. We still have our finale ahead on this Sunday afternoon card, and we're going to talk about last year's Travers winner, one on turf and dirt, grade 1s, and up for a campaign. We're going to see both turf and dirt again this year, it sounds like, for Jonathan Thomas with Catholic Boy.
Well, one of those rare horses that excels on either surface, doesn't seem like he needs one or the other. He doesn't run like a typical turf horse, even though he's been very successful on it. Most really good turf horses have acceleration, or a turn of foot is what we call it. Catholic Boy doesn't really have a turn of foot. He's just a relentless galloper. He keeps coming at you. I think he was terrific in this work. This was a nice, easy work by design. He's just going easily with his workmate, Javier Castellano aboard Catholic Boy, Dylan Davis along the inside on the other Jonathan Thomas trainee. Keep an eye on him on the gallop out. I think this is when Javier probably asked him a little bit to do a little bit more, and he leaves his workmate and actually quickens up after the wire. He's a big, strong horse that's gotten bigger and stronger, and that's a scary thought.
Yes, it is for everybody else, that is. Nominated to the Grade 2 Dixie on the Preakness card. Jonathan Thomas has talked about down the line, and why wouldn't you? He won the Travers at Saratoga last summer, but looking at the Whitney this year.
Yeah, and certainly a horse that's shown an affinity for Saratoga. And again, the fact that he can run turf or dirt gives a trainer so many options. Jonathan Thomas, a longtime assistant to Todd Pletcher, is certainly broken out as the go-to trainer for some very high-profile horses. Catholic Boy, certainly one of the reasons for that.
And of course, Jonathan Thomas has last year's Whitney winner in his barn as well, the late Rick Violet. Of course, so sad, passed away. Did such a tremendous job with that horse, and his connections, the Evans, gave him to Jonathan Thomas, so he's got a couple of really nice horses in that handicap division.
Yeah, and Diversify actually is back on the work tab, had to work the other day, and you know, sad that we lost Rick, but I think he'll carry on through Diversify. The Evans' longtime clients that have been such great investors in our game, supporters of Thoroughbred Racing, and I actually rode their very first stake winner, a filly called Miss Huff and Puff, many, many years ago.
Going to keep our eyes out for both these two coming back. Catholic boy and Diversified. Diversified was such a great story a couple of years ago and had a tremendous 2018. We still have our finale coming up here. This last race taken off the turf mile on this sloppy sealed main track. And right there, Red Zinger. Price starting to come down on the horse to beat, certainly, in this finale. We'll get a paddock report post-parade when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one of a kind, high speed, high stakes action. And Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include 4-time graded stakes winner Miss Sky Warrior, 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, multiple stakes winner Bal Harbor, and Dubai Group 3 winner Shamal Nibras. Last year, his 2-year-old sold up to $540,000, while his yearlings fetched up to a whopping $575,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, the nightcap is here in the paddock. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, along with Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori, to take you through this off-the-turf event mile here on the main track for the New York bred 3-year-olds and up, the boys, as I'll check in with some of the lighter raced horses in this field, and a few staying in the body, but also stretching out. That includes number 4, 7+7. He takes a step up in class. I don't love that, to be honest, but I thought he ran fairly well first time out for trainer Gary Gullo, who's not known to necessarily fire automatically with his first time starters. And honestly, I know this guy had some speed, and he'll probably have speed here once again, but I think he might like going a little bit longer, to be honest. We'll see how he negotiates the wet track. I don't see anything holding him back from handling it, but he's just a lot more professional here in the paddock as well, and just a tighter horse at second asking. Now moving on to number 7, Apex Predator. I've been waiting for this horse to do something. He hasn't done anything on the track yet. He's big, he's beautiful. Obviously, he costs $250,000. That's probably why he costs that much, because he is appealing to the eye. He looks fit once again. He did look fit in his last start, but because he is so big and rangy, maybe a mile is what he's been crying out for. Now, he'll add a 3/4 cut blinker to him. We'll see if that gets him involved a little bit earlier than his last race, in which he did not break that well. But Apex Predator, in his first start, did show a little bit of early foot. So we'll see what he does here as we'll move on to one of the MTO horses. And look, Red Zinger and He's My Lucky Fellow, they make a lot of sense here. They have the experience going longer, and I like what I'm seeing from both of them, honestly, in the paddock. But number 14, El Hermano, is one that will be a big price. Obviously did no running whatsoever upon debut, but a lot of times we see these Bill Mott horses have this kind of makeup. They come back, they stretch out, they put blinkers on, and they're just so much more professional. And this guy looks as though he'll love a wet track. He's very kind of spindly looking. He's tall and leggy and fairly narrow, but he's also put on more muscle mass from that first start. He has just a shortcut blinker. He's professional, yet he's very alert here in the paddock. So I think, given the track condition, which is sloppy, he might like it, and he might be able to be a part of things at a big price, as there's a first-time starter in here, very well-bred, number 10, Daddy Knows, a son of Spitestown, out of the mare, who has thrown Mr. Buff. So this one a half to Mr. Buff. What I found interesting is that the two horses, and there's another horse in the pedigree that was good as a dirt sprinter, neither of them had very flashy sires. And when this mare's been bred to quote-unquote, kind of boutique-y type of sires, she hasn't thrown much. So sometimes it's a negative. Sometimes dams are better when they have those kind of blue-collar sires with them. And why was Linda entering this horse on the turf? I know Scat Daddy's a good turf influence, but this is all dirt on the bottom side. I'm not sure, guys. I mean, he's big. Looks fine here. I wish he looked a bit better in his coat. And then furthermore, Linda's just not known to fire with these firsters. I'm taking a wait-and-see approach with Daddy Knows. Greg?
5-1. We'll see what happens. Right now, we take a look at the 5, though. Pure 40, who has had ample opportunities to try and get that first victory, has hit the board in half of those 10 career starts. And now we'll try a mile again for George Weaver.
I just think it's interesting, this horse, and just to give you an idea of how strong the New York breeding program is, here's a horse that never won a race, 4 seconds a third, earned over $70,000, goes out for West Point Thoroughbreds, Robert Masiello, George Weaver, the trainer. And he looked like he had dead aim here, and he might have just hung a touch, and I think that's a little bit of this horse's MO, that he's good enough to get there, but he doesn't have that killer instinct at crunch time. I like him a bit today, though, because I know he handles the slop, I know he gets the mile, and this is no knock on Eric Cancel, who's a very good, very talented young rider, but he gets Jose Ortiz, and sometimes a horse like this, Greg, just a change of rider shakes them up a little bit. Just a little change in something and makes them break through. So I'm looking for Pier 40 maybe to finally break through and get his maiden victory.
Yeah, and not just to change the rider, you're going to an Eclipse Award-winning rider and
yeah,
one of the
but
best.
I meant, I just don't want it to mean any disrespect to Eric Cancel, who winds up on the favorite, the 16 Red Zinger. But I just know from experience there were times when maybe I was riding a horse one particular way, and then they changed and put somebody else on, and the horse, just got a wake-up call because the other rider did something else. And the 16 is, a very obvious favorite. He gets an outside draw going a mile, which is very important. Lets him get into the race the right way, and this horse has had a couple of good seconds as well. Another horse earned nearly $60,000 and has yet to break his maiden. New York breds, they truly do start with an advantage.
Well, his price continuing to come down and down. This was 2 starts back. It was his first start of his 3-year-old campaign, and he'd missed by a neck. He'd be a beaten favorite in this spot, but well clear of the 3rd-place finisher.
Well, and it's interesting, too. I mean, here, he's another horse that looks like he's got dead aim and doesn't quite get it done. So is this going to be a battle of the bridesmaids where 2 horses that are a bit polite basically saying, no, after you, I'll allow you to go first kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe it's too early to make that assessment with Red Zinger because this is only his 6th career start.
It certainly looked like that, though, in that race. And now he's had really 5 starts, right? And you wonder, is there that just lack of will to win?
Yeah, and when you see a horse that piles up a lot of seconds and thirds, it makes you think, well, there had to be a race or 2 in there that they could have broken through and got it done. It makes you question their desire, their will at crunch time to seal the deal.
Post-parade here coming up for our finale on this Sunday afternoon. Want to remind everyone what will be in store when we come here for the Belmont Stakes. It's always a tremendous, not just race day, but that entire racing festival is outstanding. Tickets on sale now. Be part of all the action. Go to Ticketmaster.com or BelmontStakes.com and get your tickets now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Belmont Stakes, where champions are crowned. So our post-parade coming up. And here's the one. Rider change Luis Saez aboard. Quick charge blinkers going on and moving to dirt here.
Yeah, and he had 1 start on the dirt where he showed good speed with the blinkers on and breaking from the rail. Luis Saez, aggressive rider, he will be a pace factor.
Gonna jump ahead to the 4 now. That is 7+7. Makes start number 2 and showed some tactical good speed in that sprint first out. Should be forwardly placed.
Yeah, showed good speed and really, really tired, though, because it was a very slowly run race on the back end of it, and he has a sprint pedigree. I question the mile for him.
Pier 40, who we were talking about, he's hit the board in half of his 10 starts.
And a horse that needs to break through, show that he can get it done. He's got a little bit of hang in him, but I think today could be his day. I just got a feeling about it.
Apex Predator, this is the good-looking $250,000 son of tail the cat Maggie was talking about. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, and I can see what Maggie says, a horse that carries a lot of flesh, big, stout kind of horse. and maybe just needs racing to get into condition.
James Ferraro, he sends out Bank Gala, who was on a sloppy track at Aqueduct last start. Well beaten that day at 44-1.
Well beaten. Pretty decent field, though. This horse is not without a puncher's chance to hit the board.
The first timer, the half to Mr. Buff, who won over $500,000 in his career, 5-1 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, Son of Scat Daddy is already a gelding, so, you know, obviously they felt like they needed to change some things early on in his training.
True Blue Giant, it's Rudy Rodriguez and Javier Castellano.
I think you leave Rudy Rodriguez out at your own peril. He's a trainer that horses seem to overperform at times.
And backtrack to the 2. There he is. Playful Hunter, the first timer for Bill Mott. Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, left the pony getting a bit of a gallop over the ground, and you know, it'd be interesting to see if he's fit enough to get a mile in his first start.
Danny Franco's on Quiet Out East at 11-1 for Christophe Clement. Gets Lasix.
Gets Lasix and Manny Franco, and Lasix first time sometimes could be the big equalizer, and the fact that Christophe runs his horse back here in the mud.
And our main track onlys, here's El Hermano, blinkers on. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, really well beaten first time, changed it up a lot of things, gets blinkers, but Junior Alvarado sticks with this one, so maybe there's more in there than we know.
It can be a formidable team together, those two. He's my lucky fellow, blinkers on Luis Reyes.
And another main track only, and then, of course, the 16, your favorite, Red Zinger. Eric Cancel stays put here, and he's got a nice outside draw, and another horse that has to show he has that desire to win.
Yeah, and the more I think about that backtrack we showed you, as we look at, he's my lucky fellow there. They put blinkers on out of that race next time out. Then he was a well-beaten second. So, and that was the first time going a mile. Now it's the third off a short layoff. I don't know. I'm inclined to just go somewhere else here.
Well, as a favorite, you know, you want to look for value, and he's a horse that doesn't instill a lot of confidence. Now, he did set a fairly fast pace last time and had a right to get a little bit tired. Maybe the blinkers made him a little bit keen. Maybe he'll settle a little better this time because he'll have, you know, the one experience with the blinkers. But I'm with you. I don't want him as a favorite.
Numbers-wise, though, he's way the horse to beat.
No doubt. But he also looked like he had his opportunity to win and deferred. So, and I say that, and I'm going to a horse that looks like he's done the same thing, but at least I'm getting a little bit of value out of the deal.
So you're going to the 5, 7-2 on the board with Pure 40. Yeah, he's making start number 11 in here. But you brought up the even better point. Obviously, the rider switch to Jose Ortiz is big, but he's run his best races, the 5, on off tracks.
Well, exactly, and he is the son of City Zip out of an AP Indy mare, so, you know, he should love mud. He's shown he's performed in it before. And, you know, I just go back to that thing. I remember riding a horse that I was second on a bunch of times, and then they put Eddie Maple on him, and he rode him completely different than I did, and the horse broke through and won by 5 or 6 lengths. So sometimes a rider gets stuck with an idea about a horse, and the horse changes, and you don't change with the horse. So sometimes it's just a fresh face, you know, do something a little bit different, and the horse responds to it.
Meanwhile, here's one of Bill Mott's runners in here, El Hermano, Junior Alvarado on board. And with more on this runner, let's go to Maggie.
The brother. I'm going out on a limb here with El Hermano as, well, he is 9-1. I mean, that's not ridiculous. He could, by the looks of his PPs, could have been 19-1 in here. But I like the way this horse looked in the paddock, as I've already said, and I like the way he warmed up. You don't often see Junior Alvarado necessarily taking one away from the pony, but he did just that, and this horse skipped over the track and got a very good gallop in back over towards the gate. And I think that's essential because we're not having a lot of warm-up time out on the track considering the weather. So I like the fact that this horse kind of got his blood going and kind of dropped that nervous energy. And I think El Hermano should relish this going. And guys, as far as the favorite, I have no problems with Red Zinger. But as you were saying, the seconds are adding up. Greg?
And it's not just the seconds, it's too the way that he just kind of came up to that horse in the race that we showed you and just said, oh, hey, how you doing?
Well, he looked like he snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory there. And just to expound on what Maggie said, I love the big warm-up, Greg. I want horses to warm up. They're getting ready to compete. Athletes don't go out there cold. These are equine athletes. I want them to get their blood going and you know, be revved up for what they're going to undertake. And I love when I see riders leave the pony and let a horse really gallop.
And when you have, like we've had here today with these weather conditions, limited time for a warm-up, you know that, and you're consciously aware, I got to do a little bit more here.
It's even more important. Now, some riders don't have the confidence that they can control a racehorse on the way to the gate. You know, I was a rider that had a lot of confidence that I could gallop. I could hold an elephant from a bag of peanuts if I needed to. But, you know, that's why some guys, I think, are reluctant to lead the stable pony.
Our nightcap coming up. Public not dissuaded by those seconds from Red Zinger. The main track only 16. Your favorite. The one to beat here. And that price all the way down to 6-5. Larry Colmus.
We have a rider
with
off
the
down
call,
in
but
the,
yeah, we see a rider hopping off there on the one, I believe.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
the one
there's
horse,
the one.
Quick Charge, who looked like he broke through the starting gate. He's out in the front of the starting gate. And I always, you know, horses occasionally win when they do that, but it's like the air coming out of the blue, and the horse is excited, he's charged up, and he's ready to break, and then they kind of expel all that air, and it's like just they aren't quite as on edge after that. It takes something away from them.
Well, at least he didn't get too far away. Sometimes you have to catch up to him a little bit.
No, the fact that the gate crew, the gate assistant starter hung on to him, and these guys do an amazing job. I can say from experience, they'll put themselves in harm's way to save a rider and or horse in a rough situation. So a credit to a great crew here in New York.
Well, this horse here, he showed speed sprinting in his debut, and now he's putting blinkers on. But he's coming out of a longer race on the turf. We'll see what happens with Luis Saez aboard Quick Charge. They'll reload him in. We are set. Here's our nightcap, Larry Colmus with the call.
And now Quick Charge goes into the starting gate, and they're all in line. They're off. And it's Quick Charge on the inside who comes out running on the lead alongside of El Hermano. These two joined between those two by 7+7 to be a part of the early issue. Then Red Zinger fourth on the outside. Pier 40 follows in fifth. Break of two back to Apex Predator inside of Bank Gala. Outside of them, it's He's My Lucky Fellow. Break of another three back to Playful Hunter down toward the inside. And then it's back to True Blue Giant, Daddy Knows, and Far Out East. 22.69 was the opening quarter mile. They're moving along swiftly up front with Quick Charge up top. The leader by 3/4 of a length as they move for the far turn. And then it's El Hermano and 7+7 in between those two. Red Zinger a length and a half off of them. And then it's Pier 40 on the inside. 45.74 was a sharp half mile. And now from the back of the pack, Quiet Out East is moving and moving well, saving all the ground here within 6 lengths of the lead with his hot pace in front of him. And he is on the move as they come toward the top of the stretch. Red Zinger takes the lead on the outside. El Hermano tries to go with him in second by 2.5. Pier 40 is third. And then it's 7+7. Quiet Out East swings up on the far outside, and they're into the stretch. And it's Red Zinger. Red Zinger opens up to lead by 3 over El Hermano. Then comes Quiet Out East, and on the far outside, Daddy Knows is finishing well too. Down to the 16th pole, Red Zinger's far out in front. Red Zinger by 4. Daddy Knows up into second. Coming down to the line, Red Zinger is going to just hold on. Daddy Knows was second. Quiet Out East was third, and El Hermano was fourth.
Strong finish from the first-time starter of the half to Mr. Buff Daddy Knows for Linda Rice, but in the end, just too good today, and he does get first to the wire here, Red Zinger.
Red Zinger broke through in a big way, attended a very fast pace, kicked on, and it seemed like he was getting a little bit hungry late, but the race was over.
So good for him. Career start number 6, he breaks through. I mean, he was much the horse to beat here in this spot. Gary Contessa, Eric Consell, Harold Lerner, your winning connection, so the son of Will Take Charge.
Really good run from the 10, Daddy Knows, who actually galloped out well in front of the rest of the field. A horse to keep an eye on going forward. But Red Zinger ran a big race. You know, the fact that he was attending that fast pace while he was out wide, broke through, opened up. You know, Eric Cancel being very aggressive on him through the lane, because you don't want to keep a horse like this to task. You don't want to give him an opportunity to lose his focus. And Red Zinger, deserving favorite, gets it done. Wound up going up 6-5. Really got hammered late.
Kept his mind on business when he got to the front, and he closes the deal this time out. Red Zinger breaks his maiden career start number 6 as the heavy 6-5 favorite. A lot of favorites in here, but we had a massive upset in our feature race, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in terms of the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5. We'll be back with prices right after this. Stay tuned.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans for this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
He's bred to lead. His name is Commissioner.
Elliot, I can't wait to see the Commissioner foals run this year. He was always one of the best foals we had. He was always one of the best yearlings we had. He was a maiden special weight winner at 2 at Saratoga. He went on to be a multiple graded stakes winner, and he's the last classic place son of AP Indy.
Let me tell you, they looked the part at the sale. He's by AP Indy. He's got a bottom side to boot. He's got every chance. I'm really excited about this crop.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Red Zinger, no second-itis this afternoon. He finishes the deal on this sloppy sealed racetrack.
And Gary Contessa does a great job. Horses seem to always perform well, and you know, maybe we were a little unfair to this horse, questioning, but he got it done in a big way today.
Yeah, he did. And public was not scared away at all. They bet him down to 6-5 here in the end. So career start number 6, maiden score for the son of Will Take Charge out of the Not for Love mare Stowe White. Harold Lerner owns this one. Daddy knows the first timer, definitely one to keep an eye out for next time.
Way galloped out too, very powerful gallop out. You like that, especially your first time starter. Still have their legs under them after a mile.
Naira Bets late pick 5, $993 with chalk all the way around with the exception of the feature race where you had an 8-to-1 shot.
8-to-1, a big upset. It was an overwhelming favorite there, but this horse, you know, lightly raced and certainly compliments Always Mining, who is going to run in the Preakness next week.
Yep, looking to win a 7th in a row. So Middle Jewel of the Triple Crown, we'll talk more about it on Thursday. That's when we are back. We'll be back on Fox Sports 2 Thursday afternoon, twilight racing. So 3 to 7:30 is when we'll see you on Thursday afternoon. For Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, Maggie Wolfendale, the MIG. I'm Greg Wolf. We thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed our show on this Sunday afternoon. It was Wendell Fong in the Gold Fever, collecting his 3rd win in his 4th career start, shipping in from Maryland and beating up the big boys like Bob Baffert and Jason Service with much better in Call Paul. Wendell Fong might have a nice little campaign ahead of himself here this summer. And certainly flatters Always Mining, who we'll see in the Preakness on Saturday.